Hey, are we here? Oh my gosh, we are. Thank you very much for your patience, guys. Getting the stream started a little bit later than usual tonight, live from Studio 5, as we finally are just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. We are just outside of San Diego, California here in the sim. We got a pretty interesting one for you tonight, assuming the controllers are able to accommodate this. This is always a big question mark on VATSIM, but we'll show you what we're up to, and we'll let you know if we end up having to change the plan. Welcome, guys. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway, and we are here in the Piper Comanche. I meant to switch to the outside view right before we came out of the title screen. Sometimes the outside view is real noisy. It's not that bad this time. But sometimes if the outside view is a little noisy, I'll switch to the inside view just for the music, and then we'll switch to the outside view just as we come out of the title roll, so you get this nice, beautiful kind of establishing shot, as they call it in the showbiz. And to show you where we're getting started tonight. And this is Brown Field. This is a little municipal airport just south of San Diego. Really, it's smack dab up against Tijuana, Mexico. Matter of fact, if you see those mountains off in the background here, those are probably Mexican mountains that we are looking at. I believe we're facing east. And, well, we're facing kind of north. Yeah, but anyway, I'll show you where we are. Not inconceivable that we are staring over the border there. Yeah, so if we're facing down the runway, right off to our east is Tijuana International Airport. And then mountains off in the distance kind of ahead to our right might be indeed Mexican. So that's where we're starting, and we've got the SoCal Friday night ops event. I guess, you know, if I had been totally prepared, you'd have thought that the extra half hour would have allowed me to be totally prepared here, but you would be sorely mistaken. If we go into Pilot, if we go to VATUSA.net, Pilot Tools Events Calendar, and we look at the 8th, it is the FNOscars, FNO Friday night ops event, and tonight Los Angeles is hosting, and they are staffing up LAX, Burbank, and San Diego. But you'll notice that when LAX, when ZLA hosts an FNO, they staff it to the nines, man. You'll see quite a few controllers logging on. Now, the one catch is that it doesn't start until the top of the next hour. So when I started having technical difficulties a little while ago, I figured it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that we were going to delay the stream start by half an hour, because we have a little extra time to play with here. But Los Angeles is going to be staffing up, and this is going to be the plan for us this evening. We're down here at Brown. We're going to take off. We've got 2 VFR Bravo transitions that we're going to try and accomplish tonight. Again, it's with a very heavy IFR push. It's not 100% given that they're going to be able to accommodate a bunch of VFR traffic. Ostensibly, the VFR corridors are created in order to accommodate VFR traffic without adding a ton of workload, but we always have to remember that ATC staffing on VATSIM is often less than ATC staffing in the real world. You don't have every single position that you would in the real world, so each individual controller's workload is higher than it would be in the real world. And then on top of that, sometimes Friday night ops traffic can push more air traffic into a single location than that same location has in the real world. The overall level of traffic on VATSIM is much lower than real world, but the concentration of it can be indeed much higher. So we're going to be really, really sensitive to the workload of the controllers tonight. We're only going to do this as I've got it planned out here, if they say we're not going to be a bother to them. It is really, when you pull it off, it's really, really fun for the pilot and the controller to mix up VFR and IFR traffic in the way that it is meant to mix up in the real world. You know, these procedures are meant to keep you safe and separated from one another. So if everyone knows how to follow them properly, it can be a lot of fun for all parties involved. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that we are able to do that. This is, by the way, a freeware add-on package for Brown that came out of flightsim.to, and this is a beautiful shot to start on. This nicely hand-modeled terminal building and tower cab there. So with the welcome to Brownfield Airport right there on the sign there. So a nice little opening Nice little opening shot there. To get us started. Stein says, can't you just flash your ZDC badge? Well, first of all, I'm nobody at ZDC. Secondly, what I can flash is my streamer badge. Not that I try to pull rank as a streamer, but I will say, how can I say this tactfully? The ARTCC staff want to show off their ARTCCs in a positive light, so they generally like it when streamers come through and do fun things in their airspace. But again, we're going to be sensitive to the workload, and we're going to try not to shade them in a negative light by accident, just by virtue of overwhelming them. So, I did actually reach out to their events coordinator today and just checked in with him and let him know what we wanted to do, and kind of got his sign off. He suggested that we try one of the higher altitude routes over LA rather than the SFRA. The SFRA allows you to... Oh, somebody spawned right on top of us here. That's not cool. The SFRA allows you to transition straight over the numbers at Los Angeles without even having to talk to controllers. But they said it might be less obtrusive if we did the one of the higher altitude ones. So we're going to take their advice. Anyway, sorry. Just trying to deal with that aircraft that spawned right on top of us. Anyway, so here's the plan, guys. We are going to take off, and I guess we've got some time before we got to prep the aircraft because, again, the event doesn't start until the top of the hour. We are going to depart from Browns. This is a Class Delta airspace. We will need to talk to either the tower controller at Browns or the approach controller at San Diego, who is handling departures from Browns. We will have to see who that might be, and hopefully they are not going to be stressed to the gills. You still right there? Did he move? Okay, he moved.
2319! We have a 2319!
I'll jump into the cockpit so I'm not screaming over his screaming over his engine there. Anyway, where'd we go? Where'd my browser window go? Kenny Monster has checked in. Actually, let's since we said hi to M. Stein there, who was talking about me flashing my ZDC badge, let me stop and come back and say hi to the rest of the folks that have stopped into the chat so far, and then we'll take a break after the briefing here, and we'll say hello to anybody else who makes it in. But Drippy stopped in, Bed Davis here, M. Stein, as we said before, and Kenny Monster just popped in. JCT32 is just here. Yeah, we are just now getting into the the brief. Yes, the brief that won't be brief. Anyway, we're going to depart out of Brownfield. Again, we'll have to talk to a Delta controller, probably a San Diego, a SoCal approach controller that's handling San Diego. But again, hopefully that will be somebody who won't be too terribly busy, and fingers crossed that it'll be right at the beginning of the event, so that will be the case. We're going to fly northbound, and the reason we're going to fly immediately northbound is so that we don't encroach on this Class Delta airspace to our west, which is the Imperial Beach NOLF. What is that? Forget what NOLF is. I know that NAS is Naval Air Station. We got Marine Corps Air Station up here. Miramar Marine Corps Air Station. I forget what NOLF is. Military of some sort. But anyway, we're going to take off from Brown. We're going to depart north. We're going to make sure we stay outside of the Delta for Imperial Beach. We're not going to go any higher, though, than 4,500. And the reason I say that is because, or actually, is it 3,500? I think it's 3,500 at first. So as we hit this, we're going to head up to the Poggy VOR, and then we're going to kind of bounce off Poggy heading westbound. No, it's 4,500 at first. 4,500, so we can go up to 48 and still be below this shelf of the Bravo. So 45 will be fine. And as long as we get to 1,600 before we turn west, we will miss this delta, so we'll be okay. We'll be in this delta, but we'll be talking to the tower controller. So we can do any altitude we want in this delta circle. We want to be at 1,600 or higher before we turn westbound, but we want to turn westbound and we want to climb to 4,500. We're going to go to 8,500, but we're going to do that in two steps. We're going to go 45 and then 65 and then 85. So 4,500 westbound, we're going to be south of this 296 radial. As a matter of fact, we're going to fly a 275 radial westbound from Poggy to make sure that we are left of this boundary. We're going to trace this 275 radial outbound. Once we get to this point, we're picking up a delta corridor. And I'll show you, it's on the San Diego TAC chart. It's actually represented in a couple different places. San Diego flyaway chart has it as well. But the TAC chart's not too bad as far as reading it. We are going to basically try to stay to the right of this dotted line. And by that, we are going to fly just visually up the San Francisco Bay and more or less right across the numbers of runway 27 at San Diego. We're going to be at 4,500. This Bravo shelf here goes from 2,800 up to 3,300, so we'll be above that ceiling. And then the Bravo starts again at 47 to 10. But if we're at 45, we'll be in between those shelves, and we'll be right through that little corridor, that design corridor that goes right up over top of the numbers of San Diego Lindbergh Fields 27. We can kind of follow these highways. I have it charted as though we're going to go and pick up this boundary here and then fly north and west. We're not necessarily 100% going to do that. We've got a delta here that starts at 2,900. That's at Gibbs Executive. So we'll be over top of that. We'll be near the 4,500 at that point. And we don't want to go exactly to the VOR because we want to miss this corner of the Bravo airspace that does indeed go down to the surface. So we kind of need to pass slightly to the right of the Mission Bay VOR. Here's Poggy down here. I think I might have misnamed it. Poggy's down here near Brown. This one up here is Mission Bay. But after we cross 27, we'll be climbing, we'll be hopefully reaching 4,500. And then as soon as we get north of this set of highways, we'll turn west. We'll stay east of this cluster of a bay here. We'll stay east of the Mission Bay VOR. This is probably called Mission Bay, in fact. And we'll kind of just visually make our way over to the coastline here. If we look for this little S shape in the coastline, and we aim for this nook, that ought to be close enough. Our goal is to join the coastline, again, 4,500 feet, so that we're not encroaching on this Bravo shelf here, 4,500 feet, no higher, out to the point where we intercept the coastline. At that point, we can go to 6,500 feet, and we'll proceed north and westbound. We'll have to stay at 6,500 all the way up to this point here. We're going to be 18 miles north of the Mission Bay VOR. At that point, we'll be out from underneath the Bravo shelf at San Diego. We'll be able to step up from 6,500 to 8,500 and proceed our way north and westbound. We'll be well above this Delta airspace here at Palomar. Stops at 2,800. This is the next piece we're going to have to watch out for. This is the restricted airspace around Camp Pendleton. And if you go up to the boundaries, it's R2503, and the pieces over the coast are Alpha and Delta, 2503. And if you look here, it's surface to 2,000, surface to 15,000, 15,000 to 270, 2,000 to 11,000. So we could go over top of, what did I say it was, Alpha and Delta? Yeah, we could go over top of the restricted airspace if we went to like 11.5 or 12.5. but I think we'll just avoid it laterally to the west. Now, we're going to be in a single-engine piston, so we don't want to get too far off of the coastline there. But we want to make sure we miss the Oceanside VOR by at least 2 miles. This is a 5-mile ring. On the TAC chart, it's depicted as a 5-mile ring. This doesn't really depict any airspace boundary. This is just for scale. The airspace boundary is here. It's about 1 mile west of the coastline. But if we stay at DME at least 2 as we pass by the Oceanside VOR, we'll be outside of this restricted boundary just by far enough. As we make our way north from this 2 DME to the west off of the 2-4 radial, we're just going to fly a 306 dead reckon. When we get out here, we're going to actually be intercepting a 294 radial off of Oceanside. And I'm going to draw this. The reason that we're not going to intercept the 294 and fly it outbound is because that would indeed encroach on the restricted airspace. So a 294 is going to look something like that. I didn't draw it exactly straight, but you get the idea. The first part of the 294 is within this restricted airspace until whatever point that is. So we're going to just kind of eyeball this one. We'll be 2 miles at least 2 miles to the west, right? This distance will be at least 2 miles or more. But then we'll kind of just dead reckon this 306, and by the time we intercept that 294, we should be at approximately 18 miles, and at that point we will know that we're okay. We're far enough. I'm sorry, 13 miles. 13 miles north and west of Oceanside, we'll know that we're beyond that corner, and we can go ahead and turn in and catch the coastline. When we catch the coastline, we are going to catch the 120 off of Seal Beach. Why are we going to catch that specific radial, might you ask? Well, let's go over to the Los Angeles VOR, or VFR sectional, and that may have our answer, or the TAC chart, actually, sorry. The Los Angeles TAC will have our answer. Let's look at that. Why the 120 specifically off of Seal Beach? No, we'll be at 8,500. We'll be okay, Einstein. We'll be able to breathe. But a 120 will put us exactly right on this route that goes right over top of Los Alamitos. It goes east of Long Beach, and it goes east of Los Angeles International Airport. Again, at 8,500. Why do I say 8,500? Because we are going to be following what they call the Coliseum route. Now, you'll notice this is within the Los Angeles Class Bravo airspace. It'll be above all this Charlie. If we're at 8,500, we'll be above all this Charlie. We'll be within the Los Angeles Bravo, though, kind of as we pass over top of John Wayne, SNA, John Wayne Airport. We pass this boundary here, and then the Bravo shelf goes from 7,000 to 10,000. So if we're at 85, we're going to be inside the Bravo. So we will need to get a clearance to do this from the Los Angeles Bravo controller prior to us, prior to us being a beam John Wayne Airport. We really kind of want to talk to Los Angeles approach as soon as we join the coastline north of this Pendleton restricted airspace. But we'll pick up this 120, and again, I'll start the sentence for the third time. This is called the Coliseum route. Oh, and ignore the fact that we're ending here at Van Nuys. It's not. This is just, Van Nuys is over here. This is just, you'll see where we're going once we go back to the regular chart. But the 120 off of Seal Beach, and then we pass over Seal Beach, and then we pick up the Van Nuys 125, basically a direct path between Seal Beach and Van Nuys VORs. You'll notice the available altitudes are 8,500 or 9,500. That's why I say we're going to do this at 8,500 feet. 8,500 meaning that we are westbound. So this is what they call the Coliseum route. Enter the Los Angeles Bravo, established on Victor 23, which is the Seal Beach 120, proceed to Seal Beach, then proceed on the Van Nuys 125 until exiting the Bravo, maintain altitude as assigned. Remain outside of Bravo airspace until receiving Bravo clearance. So this is not one that you can do without talking to the controller. Down here we've got one where we can go right over the numbers, and we don't need to talk to them. We just have to squawk 1201. But that's a really low altitude one. This one is the one that their events coordinator said might be less in their hair if we do this one instead. But basically, they're going to give us, presumably, fingers crossed, they're going to give us a clearance to join the Coliseum route, and that's just automatically going to mean that we take 8,500 feet on the Seal Beach 120 right up to Seal Beach VOR, and then the Van Nuys 125 right up to Van Nuys, and then we proceed north and westbound, and they're done with us. They don't need to talk to us anymore. At that point, I am just going to find the Fillmore VOR just to make sure that we get out of the airspace cleanly. And then from Fillmore, we'll go back to the regular VFR charts. From Fillmore, we'll just go back to the regular VFR charts. We'll pick up the coast right here at Ventura. I'm going to just use a 240 and 20 miles just to make sure that as we make our way this way, we're not involving ourselves in any of these delta airspaces. Now, I think we're still going to be at 8,500 until we get to the coast. But once we get to the coast, we've basically got 30 miles to our destination, and from 8,500 to the surface, that's pretty much a good top of descent point to start our way down and head into Santa Barbara for our arrival. So that's the plan, folks. Yeah, the SFRA is the only one that you don't need a Bravo clearance for. But in talking with their event coordinators earlier today, they're their event coordinator, singular, forget the man's name, it starts with a J, I think. He suggested that this would be a better one for them. So that'll be our plan, loosely, and we will see how it goes. ATC staffing is starting to pick up. San Diego's approach controller, they have a single San Diego approach. Now, these are all called SoCal on the radio, SoCal approach. Every one of these guys is called SoCal approach, but just colloquially, they're in a bunch of different sectors, and so they're kind of designated by which their primary airport is. But on the radio, they're all SoCal approach. Southern California is what that stands for. So it looks like, we got a delivery and a ground here at San Diego, but it looks like we've got one single approach controller here at San Diego. San Diego's portion of SoCal, so 24.35 seems like the right frequency to start on. And again, hopefully he will be not too busy to allow us to do what we want to do here. Furry co-pilots are going to be a little on edge tonight. Mrs. Slant is not at home, so we will probably have to contend with a little bit of orneriness from them. But I apologize in advance for that. Let us get underway, guys. We ready to do some flying? Okay, and I think the person that spawned on me earlier is long gone, so I think we should be fine here. All right, let's get the door unlatched and opened up, and we'll go ahead and open up the windows because we do want to make sure that when we yell clear, that is audible. We're going to open up the fuel valves as well. We'll set those to forward, and that way we'll be able to do our fuel quality check when we get there. We'll do a removal of our control lock, and let's go ahead and pull up our tablet and start our walk around. We are first going to check our flap, make sure that it doesn't have any kind of unusual play. There's no squeaking or catching or rubbing as we move it from one position to the next. Everything looks good. It's the right aileron, making sure again that it moves freely and doesn't rub or catch as we go along there. I don't think we're going to need anything in the tip tanks. Yeah, we're going to put the centers up to 24 gallons to start, and the tips we're going to leave empty. So we'll just continue on from there. Oh, this is where you could fill up the tip tank. You'd want to peek in, watch the level. Down here, you could do a little sump of the fuel tank to make sure that there's no water collected in it and there's no contamination in it. But we'll show you that when we get to the center tanks. As for right now, there's no fuel in the tip tank to worry about. The right-hand landing lights there, but we'll check and make sure that it works properly once we get our second pass going. We'll pull up the tie down. This is going to be our center tank refill. Now this one, again, we are going to take up to 24 gallons. And we should kind of peek inside and make sure that the fuel level inside does visually appear to be consistent with 24 gallons. We can kind of see it there, that it came up a little bit. Yeah, this is the A2A Simulations Comanche. They did a nice, thorough job of modeling the pre-flight walk around here, the dog pilot. Welcome back to the stream. Okay, so center tank is done, or center right-hand tank is done. We still have another tank to do, the left-hand center tank to do. But first, we're going to get to this little sump check here. So we'll pull a little fuel out. Just number one, we'll make sure that it's blue. Make sure that it's not water collected in the bottom, and it is indeed blue. We'll inspect that, and we'll make sure there's no dirt or any other contaminants in there, and everything looks fine. You're going to hear the splash sound. If it's fuel, you'd really want to put it back in the tank and not all over the ground, but... Okay, but anyway, we can button that up and get on going. Make sure our engine intake is free of any obstructions. They have, in fact, modeled like a random rag left in here on one occasion, so you do want to just make sure that this is free of any obstructions, and the prop is free of any obvious damage. This is where we'll check the oil. Should have at least 9 quarts. Should be a nice light brown color. Ooh, that's getting to be a rather thick, you know what? Number one, it's low. Number two, it's nice and dark. I haven't flown this plane in a while. I guess it's starting to show some contamination. So let's go ahead and we'll just do a real quick oil change here. If we go to maintenance, yeah, we'll drop the oil level all the way down, and then we'll put it back up. And you see that as it comes back in, it's going to come nice light in color. So we are done there. And just above the 9 mark. Okay, so we're good. Go ahead and put the dipstick back in. And close that up. Next, okay, here's our left side center. We're going to take this up to, what did I say, 24. Okay, and this, I think, we got a little bit more of a top-down vantage point. You'll be able to see the fuel come in. You'll notice that the right one is now showing 23 because it's like 23.999. Minus the little tiny bit that we pulled out to sample the quality. But you'll see that level did come up as we were filling it. So they're pretty close to balance there, 24 and almost 24. So that's good enough. I'll go close that up and we'll continue the walk around. Got another set of chocks here. Here we got another tie down and the pitot cover. Click spot for that. Okay, there we go. Left landing light, we'll check on the second pass. Left tip tank, we don't have any fuel to put in, so there's no fuel to check. We will then check the left-hand aileron. Everything is good. And then left-hand flap, again, we're just kind of checking to make sure there's no unusual amounts of play or rubbing or catching. Got some more friends that have stopped in. Arch NDA is here. Says the SFRA. He was the one that said the SFRA is the only one you don't have to talk. Loved controlling the mini route when I did LAX. Dog Pilot we said hi to. DJD Cool is here. Good Fixins has stopped in as well. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Iowa Scotsman checked in earlier. Missed you. Okay, now we've got you. All right, left-hand static ports free of any obstructions. Stabilator, elevator and stabilizer combined. All looks good, moves freely. Rudder should move, but not as freely because it's tied to nose wheel steering, and that's all good. We'll remove the rear tie down. Right-hand static port free of obstructions. Just me traveling today, but we're going to do an overnight trip, so I'll take just my small luggage bag. We always take the toolkit, and we'll take the duffel bag as well. So we'll close that up. Don't know who that second suitcase or that purse belongs to. Just me in the cockpit today. Okay, so what do we want to do? Let's do the battery on and all the light switches on, and then we'll do our second pass here. So we're basically just checking the lights. So if we see the green nav light on the right-hand side, we see the landing light on the right-hand side, nice and bright. We see the strobe from nearly every position, and that's all good. We'll see the other landing light here in just a moment. There it is, and then we'll see the red nav light, so that's all good. The only one we need to see now is the beacon, the rotating beacon, and we can see that on the back of the plane spinning around and illuminated, so we're all good there. Okay, so the strobe can come off and the landing lights can come off. We'll leave the beacon and the nav lights on since we're getting ready to start the plane up. Yeah, we are good then. Can put that away, and we'll go ahead and close the door. Leave the windows open for now. We'll go ahead and latch the door. And we'll get the yoke out of the way. You would just tilt your head underneath it, but we're just going to scan below it and make sure that none of the circuit breakers are popped, and we appear to be all good. All right, mix and prop levers can go forward. Mix is on the left-hand side. Prop is on the right-hand side. Throttle is in the middle. This thing thinks it's a DC3, except it's not even. DC3, the mix would be on the right-hand side, and the prop would be on the left-hand side. So we got just a unique configuration here. Throttle will set to about 10%. Let's go ahead and get our fuel pump on, and we'll wait about 5 seconds for the fuel pressure to come up. Maybe 10 seconds for the fuel pressure to come up and read about 5 there. We'll leave the fuel pump on at that time. Yep, there we go. But we'll go ahead, and now that we've got fuel pressure, we can unlock that primer. We'll pull it maybe about 4 times. Alright, we're going to close that up. We'll go ahead and clear the prop area. We do have kind of a rampy up there, so we'll make sure we yell nice and loud. Magnetos go to right, then left, then both. Clear, 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 clear. Maybe a little more throttle. Okay, there we go. That starter is unengaged. And let's get the mixed throttle down to where it's 1,000. The fuel pressure oil pressure should come up right away. And it did, and we'll shut off the fuel pump. And the fuel pressure should remain there on its own now, and it does, so we're good there. And I'll go ahead and close these up so I don't have to yell so loud over the engine. And we do know that there's a little bit of a compression issue in one of our cylinders, so you can kind of hear a slight unevenness in the engine, but it's not anywhere near to the point where you would rip the whole thing apart. So you're going to hear just a little bit of unhappiness, especially until it warms up, but it'll be okay. One thing we want to do is we'll go ahead and lean the mix out here. Ooh, not quite that much, but right into the point where it starts to drop off of that 1,000 mark. Avionics switch can come on. Let's get our comm and nav radios on. That's 1. That's 2. We'll just go ahead and put that straight up in altitude mode, and we'll leave it at 1,200. And what else? We got the ADF radio on. Let's see. What else? Gyro suction is good. Amperage is middle. That's good. And I never really look at this display here. Yeah, it's telling me I need oil. I did just change the oil, so we're fine there. Oh, the white button. There we go. So yeah, I don't pay any attention to that. Now, we will watch the cylinder head temps on this gauge here. Then this will also give us a warning if any of the individual cylinder heads start looking too hot. And that's fine. I'll pay attention to that. Other than that, I don't look at this. All right, our flight plan has actually been sent, but we're VFR, so the controller's going to need our intentions anyway. We don't have an ATIS information at Brown. We can get the San Diego ATIS. It's information Yankee 2906, 3010. So 3010 we can set, and we know that the winds are going to be kind of westbound. So we'll do the same thing at Brown's that we do there. 20, what did I say? 3010 is the altimeter. What is the field elevation here? It is 526 feet. So that is reading pretty close to what we needed to read. Yeah, a lot of frequencies. Well, Los Angeles is banging together some staffing here for us for the Friday Night Ops event, as we told you they would. Alright, so the altimeter set, field elevation verified, directional gyro, let's get that calibrated. Looks like we are facing due east exactly, almost exactly. So earlier when I said, hey, we're not, yeah, we were. What are we, 1 notch left of east? 1 notch right of east, okay. So there we are, about a 091. Not going to get our clearance yet because we're just VFR, so we don't need an IFR clearance. Our squawk is already set to 1200 and our altitude mode's already on. Nav and ADF tuners. So what is the first step in our plan? It's the POGI VOR. And it's direct POGI and then a 275. So that is on 116.45. .4 miles away from it, and the distance is, let's see, we know we're pretty close to due north. So let's just spin it around until it centers. Okay, there we go. And then the runway heading, we assume, now we know that San Diego is taking off on the 27, so we figure this airport will be taking off on the 26 right, and the 264 is the runway heading. So we'll put our runway heading in our heading bug just as a reference, but we know we want to kind of fly due northbound as soon as we get off the ground. So we'll see what the controller instructs us to do. The next navigational step, just to be ahead of the game here, is the Mission Bay VOR, which is on 117.8. So we'll get that. Get that into standby here. We'll also get it in the active on nav 2. And is there a particular radial I want to fly off of that? Yeah, 331 off of that. So we'll tune that 331 down here. Not going to make much difference to us now, but that's what we're going to fly northbound off of it after we get rolling up the hill here. Alright, I think that does it for navigation. Let's do a real quick flight control check. Now, we did check can't check the rudder from this vantage point, but we'll assume that somebody out there will let us know that it's working. But we did check all the flight control linkages from the outside, so we got to assume we're okay there. Flaps 1 can be set. Trim can be neutral. We'll spin that down just a little ways. Oil and cylinder taps are in the green. Oil taps in the green. Taxi routing. We are right down here, and we assume we're just going to golf to the east. So kind of ahead of us to our left, I think, is going to be a taxiway golf out here somewhere, and then out past the control cab. This must be like the old tower then, I guess. I don't know. Or that's the ground cab, who knows. But out past the control cab, and then onto our departure. Okay, well, we are ready to roll, and I do want to do, let's release the parking brake. And I do want to do a brake check here on the ramp. And the brakes are working fine. But let's go ahead and get... let's talk about comm frequencies now as well. because we are in that USA, and we're no longer in the position where we are going to be on 122.8. There is a frequency that this is going to tell us to be on. Where are we at? The San Diego TAC chart. So on this corridor, it'll actually tell us 126.05 is going to be for transitioning the VFR corridor there along that dotted line, 126.05. However, and I think what we'll do is we'll put that into COM2 and we'll monitor it. 126.05. Actually, it looks like we're set to transmit off of COM2 now. 126.05. We'll COM1, but we'll monitor 2605 there. And then for our primary frequency, I assume well, see, now we got two San Diego approach controllers. East and west, okay. Well, we're east of the airport now, so maybe we'll check in with the east controller and see what they want us to do here. $24.35. SoCal approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, VFR request.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, say location.
Yeah, we're on the ground at Browns, actually. We're trying to see if it would be okay for us to do the Bravo transition northbound through the San Diego Bravo.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, actually, I don't control Brown. You're going to want to contact SoCal approach on 119.6. He'll get you up.
Okay, 19.6. We'll go ahead and talk to him. Thanks. 5-4 Delta Victor. Yeah, I wasn't sure. 50-50 shot and we blew it. Doesn't bode well for our basketball tournament. By the way, we got a free-to-enter men's basketball bracket challenge coming up on the channel. Join our Discord. Entries have to come in between the 17th and 21st if you want to get involved on that. SoCal approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, stand by one.
Okie doke.
Liberty Tower, Pilot Club 73, turning 310, 500, climbing 5,000, Pilot Club 73. Pilot Club 73, SoCal departure, ready contact. Cool, calling SoCal.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor. SoCal departure, go ahead.
Yeah, we're on the ground at Browns. We're trying to see if you'd be able to accommodate VFR transition northbound.
Affirmative, stand by one.
You said affirmative, so that's good news. That is indeed the answer that we want.
Cobalt 168.
Answer that we wanted.
On the Zoo 3. Cobalt 168, SoCal departure, ready to contact, verify altitude. And 1,100. Cobalt 168, roger, climb via 6.
We're short of
Cobalt
golf.
168. Number 8256 Charlie, contact SoCal approach 121.3.
Over to 121.3 for 8256 Charlie. Thanks, so long.
Exact 318, contact SoCal approach 28, correction 121.3.
SoCal 121.3, accept the trade.
With the,
514 Delta Victor, would you like to fly with flight following today?
if you guys can accommodate that, that's fine. We don't need it though.
514 Delta Victor, roger. What's your aircraft type?
We're a Comanche, Papa Alpha 24. We're Slant Alpha equipment code. And our intention is 8,500 up to Santa Barbara, Sierra Bravo Alpha.
4 Delta Victor, roger. And just let me know if you'd like flight following. Is that a yes or no?
Yeah, we can do the flight following if you guys aren't too busy.
Roger that. You said to Santa Barbara, correct?
A firm, SBA.
4 Delta Victor, what will be your VFR cruise altitude today?
We're planning 8,500 up there.
Fort Delta Victor, squawk 5355.
All right, 53555 and Fort Delta Victor. We're at Brown's transient parking, short of golf, ready to taxi.
Fort Delta Victor, runway 26 right, taxi via Golf Delta.
All right, 26 right via Golf Delta, 5 and Fort Delta Victor.
Departure, good afternoon. Comanche 7348 Papa's through 2,300 for 3,000, heading 310.
Okie doke, so far so good. Now,
7348 Papa, SoCal departure,
one
ready contact.
minor point of clarification now. We were talking about the
Cobalt 168 contact.
published CTAF for the Bravo transition.
32625.
That is now not going to apply to us. We're not going to be monitoring 26.05 since we're going to be under flight following, meaning that the Bravo controller is going to be talking to us with us radar identified, and we're going to be on their frequency receiving ATC instructions. Now, he may very well instruct us to just follow the VFR corridor, the transition path, which I hope is what he does, because I've spent hours today prepping that. And we will do a run-up when we get down to the end. 2,000 on the RPM, mag check, prop lever check first, and then mag check. Carb heat as well.
Sorry, Papa, traffic, 12 o'clock, 3 miles, same direction of flight, Piper 4,800.
Looking for traffic, 48 Papa.
Yep, so looking at the mountains east of San Diego.
Papa, turn right heading 360.
Down here to the right, very much
Right turn heading 360.
likely to be
Comanche
Mexican
48 Papa.
mountains, as I mentioned before. Yeah, we're very, very close on our right-hand side, very, very close to Tijuana, Mexico. Alright, so coming to the end of Gulf, there's a little bit of a open ramp area. And then we're at Delta. And then we're holding short for 26 right. I guess that was a little hold pad there off to the right. I could have joined to do this run up, but let's go ahead and do the run up. We're going to run up to 2,000 RPMs. I'm going to leave the mix leaned for just a moment because this will help us burn off any carbon deposits.
Airspace to the north. Resume on
Pull the,
navigation, maintain appropriate VFR altitude. Stay with me for flight level.
Down and back 3 times.
Lindbergh departure, we should have been on an IFR flight plan, Pilot Club 73. Pilot Club 73, disregard then, my apologies.
Let's go mix full rich.
Pilot Club 73, turn right, clear direct
Carb heat
ocean
does
side.
indeed impact
Right, turn direct ocean side, Pilot Club 73.
RPMs, and then let's do a mag check. We only lost about 80 RPMs there and back.
Delta 350,
Down 2
descending
clicks.
317,000 on the lucky
About
one.
75. Alright, we're good.
Delta 350, if you're on the
heat
lucky,
here, yeah.
you should be with SoCal and give you the frequency. 124.35.
I think we're ready, guys.
2435, Delta 350, thanks.
SoCal approach, good day, Air Canada 894 with you at 192 descending via the Comanche 2 arrival.
Air Canada 894, reduce speed 250, descend via the Comanche arrival. Actually, from your current location, descend and maintain 6,000.
Descend and maintain 6,000 for Air Canada 894.
Air Canada 894, expect RNAV Zulu 27 approach.
RNAV Zulu 27 approach again for Air Canada 894.
And SoCal Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor, shorter 26 right at Brown, we're ready.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, wind 270 at 9er, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright, clear for takeoff 26 right. Did you want us just northbound and then join the corridor?
Or Delta Victor, you can just maintain VFR and departure and straight out departures.
Okay, straight out approved, 514 Delta Victor.
Pilot Club 73, climb and maintain 6,000.
Okay.
Climb 6,000.
Strobe
Pilot
on,
Club
landing,
73.
taxi, pitot, and fuel pump. So we don't have to bang that immediate right turn to join the Poggy VOR, but we will. Basically, we'll go straight out and slightly right to join the San Diego Bay. Alright, temps and pressures all looking good. Takeoff power coming at you.
Papa, leaving
Away we go.
San Diego Bravo airspace northbound. Maintain a VFR, resume appropriate VFR altitude.
Pitch for 100.
And stay with me for flight level.
Pitch for 110
Maintain
rather.
VFR, we'll stay with you. Comanche 48 Papa, thanks.
The pump can come off.
Actually,
And we'll get the RPMs down to 24. And manifold down to 24. Okay, we got our slight right. Here's the bottom end of the San Diego Bay, so we're
Air
good.
Canada 894, turn left heading 090.
And
Left turn heading 090, Air Canada 894.
pitch for the 110. We want to climb as best as we can. We want to be above
Air Canada 894,
33
maintain
before we...
6,000, contact SoCal approach 124.35.
124.35 for you.
Want to be above 33 before we are northbound into that corridor area. And SoCal Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor's 2000.
Number 514 Delta Victor, radar contact, maintain VFR.
Maintain VFR 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Alright, so we're going to 4,500, and then we're going to turn northbound up the bay. And just a little bit of manifold pressure back in. It's kind of slipped because we've gained some altitude. Air's gotten a little less dense. RPM's holding steady. Once we're above 33, we can go ahead and turn north safely here. level at 45.
7348 Papa, Jurassic at 10 o'clock, 4 miles, northbound, Piper, at 6,000.
Looking for traffic, Comanche 48 Papa.
A little bit of haze here. We're going to watch
48 Papa, turn left heading 270.
that we're maintaining VFR.
Left turn heading 270, Comanche 48 Papa.
Pilot Club 73, contact SoCal, approach 121.3, so 121.3, Pilot Club 73, good night.
Once again, maintaining that 24 on the manifold.
Command 2 Heavy, SoCal departure, rate of contact, verify altitude. Passing 280, dimension 2,800 feet. Merit 82 Heavy, roger, climb BS6. Climb BS6, dimension 2 Heavy.
Okie doke. Coming up on 45, we're going to trim it out and we're going to turn northbound about a 330, roughly a 330. I'm going to go ahead and turn the heading bug over to that. Oops, there's 45. Level it out. Bring the manifold down to 22, bring the RPMs down to 22. There we are.
1989, IDEN.
And we'll get the mix lean down to about 14.
KPC 1989, radar contact 20,
Yep, I
15
did get
miles southwest of the
strobe, landing.
Palomar
Yep, I
Airport.
got all that stuff on.
Verify altitude.
Alright, let's get back down to our sign to 40. Well, not our
KPC
sign.
1989, roger, maintain 5,000 for spacing, turn right heading 070.
Back down to 4,500, which will be our safe altitude as far as our VFR corridor here. Show you once again what the plan is navigation-wise.
San Diego departure, Southwest 2920.
Feels kind of strange. We're in a Piper, and we're gonna be flying right over top of San Diego, which already on VATSIM is very, very busy.
Departure, climb BS6, radar contact. Demare 2 Heavy, contact LA Center 1.
And there's San Diego in the first field. We're gonna basically go right over the numbers here.
132625,
Looking at the San Diego track chart, so we're going to go right up the bay, kind of sticking to the right half of the bay,
Number
and just
7348
VFR
Papa, you can
northbound,
resume your VFR.
right across the numbers basically.
Flying to the northwest, maintain VFR, resume appropriate VFR altitude.
Okay, resume mode nav, maintain VFR, Comanche 48 Papa.
And when we get to this point where we're
TPC 1989,
north of
traffic
this
at your
construct
9
here,
o'clock, 3 miles, turning northbound to Piper, 6,500.
we want to turn well past that Mission Bay. We don't want to clip this airspace here. So past Mission Bay, we'll make the left.
TPC,
join the
Pilot
coastline.
Club 1989, maintain visual separation from that trip.
Right over top of San Diego. We can see it now. Here's
Pilot Club 1989, climb.
North Island Naval Air Station to our left. Hard to believe that this is like legal airspace for us to be in, but it is. But yeah, we're going to go up past Mission Bay, and then we'll make a left.
Number 7348 Papa, contact SoCal approach 121.3.
That's a
Have a
little
nice
bit.
flight.
121.3, Comanche 48 Papa, good night.
A little bit of bumping. A little bit of bumping and grinding as we go. I don't see nothing wrong. south of Lindbergh. So here we are.
2922, contact LA Center
We're going to follow this north, and then again past that we'll hook up Mission Bay. Matter of fact, we can swap over now to where we're tracking the Mission Bay VOR. We're going to come outbound from that on a 331 is what our plan was. So I'll go ahead and set that here. The key thing for us to not do is cut over early, because then we're going to be in the surface Bravo. We stay at 45, we're okay to the north, and we're not okay to the northwest. So we want to stay east of the Bravo, and then we got to make sure we go west of Miramar's Bravo.
1989, turn left, clear direct Oceanside, resume the navigation.
So we do have a little bit of needle threading to do. We got to stay east of the VOR, but west of Miramar's shelf of the Bravo. That's why we got to join basically this 331 off the VOR as soon as we can.
742, climb to 2000. Wing 742, SoCal departure, radio contact, climb via fit.
Kind of where the coastline comes back in. You can see this on the chart. Where the coastline kind of comes back in from our left, we're just going to join it. So that should be okay. Let me trim down, stay back at 4,500. We're okay. We're okay as long as we don't clip 48. We're okay. Yeah, LAX has a ton of arrivals, Kenny Monster says. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And when we get up there, we get up to the point where we're approaching the Santa Ana Charlie, and we talk to SoCal for the LAX Coliseum route. If they say
ain't no way, Jose, we will be as respectful.
Departure Challenger 71 Kilo Romeo 1.9 on the Padres. Or 71 Kilo Romeo, SoCal departure, radio contact. Pilot Club 1989, contact SoCal.
So when we get onto Mission Bay, once we pass the 5 mile point, we can go from 45 to 65. And then once we pass the 18 mile point, we can go from 65 to 85. A little hazy, but I think we're okay VFR wise. And that is what's that called? Gillespie? Starts with a G. Gibbs. That was close. Yeah, Mrs. Slant is not scheduled to come home tonight.
No higher than 250 knots for space.
Alright, well, 250 or below, 71 Kilo Romeo.
Alright, that's
Romeo traffic, 12 o'clock, 5 miles. A Sparrow Wings climbing out at 10,000.
Now we got him to say 1 Kilo Romeo.
RPM's down just a touch, 22. Manifold down just a touch, 22. Mix up just a touch to 14.
Wing 742, contact Delhi Center.
Are we really 6 miles north of Mission Bay?
Center 132.625, serving 742.
We're north of Mission Bay by 6 miles, then we're north of this shelf that stops at 45. We can actually go up to 65 now. I'd like to see us on this 331 though, just for my peace of mind.
71 Kilo Romeo, turn left, heading 270, maintain 13,000 for space.
Alright, 13,000 heading 270.
It kind of looks like I'm flying a 324 or thereabouts. So let's adjust. back up to 45. Okay, the VOR is indeed starting to come in, so I think we are safe now. I am where I think I am. Let's go up to 65. So let's take our manifold and our RPMs back up to 24.
Kilo Romeo, turn right heading 070.
Right turn heading 070, 1 Kilo Romeo.
Okay, 24. Let's put a little mix back in it just to keep the cylinder heads a little cooler. And then we are indeed joining the 331 radio out. Take that to 18 miles, and then we should see McClellan Palomar ahead to our right. We're already 11 miles out. SoCal, Comanche 514 Delta Victor.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, go ahead.
Yeah, just checking. Did we manage to dodge a Bravo like we were intending to?
4 Delta Victor, it looks fine for me.
Yay.
Which guy, that 4 Delta Victor?
Second?
Oh, disregard.
No, I think that last transmission he was actually talking to one of his other controllers.
Number 71 Kilo Romeo, turn left, clear direct, Gwen, maintain 13,000.
Left turn direct, Gwin, maintain 13,000, 71 Kilo Romeo.
Alright, 24. And 6,500. And we're 14 miles. As soon as we get to 18 miles, we can take it up even higher. Let's level it at 65 for now, though. Yeah, we were just trying to clear that last Bravo shelf.
4 Delta Victor, Roger.
I mean, I know we can go up if you say we can, but I'm just trying to do it by the book.
Alright.
Yeah, a little bit of finickiness there with the controls. That was not the airplane. Just a little bit of goofiness with the controls. So one more mile, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to this Oceanside VOR, but we're going to intentionally miss it about 2 miles west. That's going to take a little bit of a finesse. But as soon as we get to 18, I will turn to 305 or thereabouts. Okay, there's our 18 miles.
Kilo Romeo, climb via SID, contact LA Center 132.65.
3262, and we'll climb via the SID, 1 Kilo Romeo, good day.
It's a left turn to 306. Manifold pressure's up as high as it'll go. RPM's up to 24. Nice little gentle cruise climb up to 85. Alright, so there we are, about a 306. We're essentially dead reckoning this, but I'm going to tune in the Oceanside VOR 115.3, and we're just going to make sure that we pass it 2 miles to the west. And again, single engine prop, we're kind of out over the water. We're close enough to glide in if I think we can make beach if we were to lose an engine. So I think we're probably okay. What did I say we wanted to tune? 15.3. Just want that in. And I'm gonna turn it until it centers. I don't really care exactly where it is from us, because we're not going to be navigating to it. But I just want to make sure that we miss it to the left, and by at least 2 miles. But if we stay on this heading of 306 to the heading of well, it says 311 here. So if we're 305, we're okay. We're going to miss it even further to the left. But if we miss it to the left on a 240, then we'll be okay. We'll just dead reckon to 306 from there. So 311 is what I wanted to be dead reckoning now. There's 311. And again, watching the bearing to station change as we pass it. Bearing to station is going to be, it's going to point to the VOR wherever that needle centers. So we want to just pass it, but we want to make sure that DME doesn't get any less than 2. And then let's, real quick, let's do another 305, 306, 307 is what we look like we're navigating here.
179 Charlie Alpha, SoCal departure, radar contact, verify altitude.
We're passing 2,000 now.
Whoops, I think we ran a slight turn when we did that, so that might not be accurate.
Maintain a VSR, similar navigation.
It doesn't look too bad. I'm steering about a 305, and it says I'm about a 305, okay.
Already, we're high on the bar, but we can maintain our navigation at an appropriate VFR altitude for what's in our Charlie Alpha.
No, 9 Charlie Alpha, sorry, I was confusing you with another aircraft. You can disregard that VFR instruction.
Okay, we'll disregard the VFR instruction and we still resume our navigation.
I think the fact that we're VFR is throwing him off. It's okay. It's okay. Been there and done that, my friend. It's all good. Alright, so we're leveling it off at 85 now. Let's get back to our cruise power. We're going to...
We're 514 Delta Victor, maintain VFR and contact SoCal approach 121.3. Have a nice flight.
Alright, 21.3, 514 Delta Victor, thanks.
Should be the Bravo at 6,500 if able, 48 Papa. 48 Papa, are you aware of the Bravo transition? I cannot forget the coastal route transition. Okay, let me check it out now. Stand by 1, and I'll get right back to you, 40 Papa. All right, thank you.
All right, 22, 22. SoCal approach, Command 3514 Delta Victor 8,600.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, SoCal approach, altimeter 3008.
At 3008, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so
514 Delta Victor. Pirate was reported 5 minutes ago, 10 miles northeast of your position on your Comanche aircraft, 6,500 moderate turbulence.
okay, we'll keep an eye out for that 514 Delta Victor. So 10 miles northeast, moderate turbulence. Yeah, that'd be over the mountains. That'd be expected. Okay, so we are now past...
Park 173 for traffic, turn right heading 360.
We're past that ocean side. We want to kind of be on a 306 at this point.
164.9, you're not issuing.
And we want to eventually...
Clear on Echo taxi to gate 16.
eventually kind of grab this two.
Yeah, Alpha, wait, heading on
What is this? A 2.9 or 4? 2.9 or 4 off of Oceanside.
Sorry, center, 5 Club 686, level 10, 10,000.
5 Club 686.
So let's spin this around to a 294.
08, 5 Club 686.
Okay, let's get back down to 85. 22, 22, we can lean it to 14. Okay. Going swimmingly so far. I think I did hear the controller tell somebody else that he was able to give him the Coliseum route. So that bodes well. That's what we want to do today.
Club 73 cleared. Actually, Club 73 turned at 10 degrees left.
10 degrees left, Pilot Club 73.
I'm going to edge it back down to 8,500 here. And again, we're kind of maintaining this 306.
Departure Comanche 7348 Papa. We'd like to do the coastal route northbound.
294 and then 13 miles. Once we're 13 miles northwest.
Coastal route northbound. Maintain VFR 6500.
Maintain VFR
8 miles now.
We'll expect that 48 Papa. Thanks.
And see this little bump? This is Dana Point. I think we've dealt with Dana Point on a few streams now. So once we get up to Dana Point, I think we're going to be clear of this restricted airspace at Pendleton. So 13 miles on the DME and left of a 294. Okay.
Number 35 Bravo Tango, circle approach, altimeter 3008.
So we got that set to a 294. Let's just double check and make sure that it's correct.
73 cleared, direct.
And as long as we're left of that radial and we're up to 13 miles
Direct
DME,
bumper, Pilot 173.
then that means that we're going to be clear of that restricted airspace down there. Okay, there we are, 8,500 on the mark. Let's see if we can keep that 22, 22 mixed to 14. Engine seems happy.
Pilot Club 73, contact SoCal approach 124.9.
SoCal approach 124.19, Pilot Club 73, good night.
Okay, and it looks like we are steering a 305 on the nose. This says we're steering a 300 on the nose. So let's get the two to agree now. Okay, so we're going a little bit left of where we intended to, and that's why that needle stayed nice and wide out to the right. But that's no problem. It just means that we were further outside this restricted airspace than we intended to be. And as long as we've got enough glide distance to make it back to beach if we lose the engine, I think we're fine here. Okay, we're past 14 miles on the DME, so what does that mean now? That means we're past this point. Let's go ahead and get on the 120 into Seal Beach. 15.7 and 120 is going to be a 300. What did I just say? 15.7?
348 Papa cleared through the Bravo airspace with a coastal route northbound. Maintain VFR 6500. The LA altimeter 3009.
300.
Cleared into the Bravo airspace, coastal route northbound at 6,500, Comanche 48 Papa.
Pilot Club 686, contact SoCal approach 124.3.
24.3, 5 Club 686.
Number 734 Papa,
we
contact
need
SoCal
to-
approach 124.3.
We need to get clearance to do this prior to 12 miles. What's our DME say we are now? 29. Okay, we got some time.
Last aircraft second.
And which, let's
Let's
just confirm. This is the Coliseum route. I mean,
1222, SoCal approach.
this is the right one.
230.
Yeah, Seal Beach 120, Van Nuys 125, Coliseum route. That's what we want.
3008, Skywards 152.
SoCal, Comanche 514 Delta Victor with a request.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, go ahead.
Yes, we're looking for the Coliseum route northbound. We'll be able to get to the Bravo on that.
Number 514 Delta Victor, expect the Coliseum route northbound and stand by for altitude assignment.
Okay, stand by for that, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, he has not cleared us into the Bravo. We don't enter the Bravo until we're about 12 miles prior to Seal Beach, so we've got some time. But we need to hear cleared into the Class Bravo airspace before we get to that point. Just to kind of be ahead of the game, let's go get over onto that 120 outbound radial though. Yeah. 120 radial, but we're tracking at 300 inbound. And we can kind of see up ahead to the right, we got, I think that's this closed airfield here, and then we should be kind of over top of, coming up over top of John Wayne here in just a moment. But that bigger one, I think that's that closed one. This might be John Wayne here. Looks smaller than John Wayne. This might be John Wayne here.
Number 35 Bravo Tower, contact SoCal approach 124.3.
124.30.
So we can see up ahead, we've got this kind of formation here, and then John Wayne comes kind of right off of that. So yeah, this would be John Wayne Airport right here. Got the kind it almost looks like a dude sitting cross-legged on the beach. And at what point are we crossing into the Bravo? Stay over that little bay and a beam John Wayne, we're okay. But once we get kind of too far north and west of that, we need to hear cleared into the Bravo. If I was to put a marker right on that 9 miles prior to Seal Beach. So yeah, we kind of got to hear something right quick, or else we need to kind of just maybe circle around John Wayne until we. The other thing, if we really wanted to be jerks, what could we do? We could go up another.
SoCal, Lyric 30 Pop Alpha 11000.
We could go up. We could go up to 10.5 and go over top.
SoCal approach altimeter 3008.
Arch, right?
08,
Just go up to 10.5 and go over top. Then we're outside of the Bravo. easier to drop and do the SFRA, or we can go over the top. Well, we'll see what he says. I'm going to check in with it now. I'm any further north than John Wayne, I'm a little nervous about proceeding. And SoCal Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor, just checking on our Bravo clearance.
Number 514 Delta Victor, just going to expect the coastal route at 8,500.
Okay, we'll expect that, but we're just about into the Bravo. Just want to make sure we're cleared.
Number 514 Delta Victor, cleared and through the LA class, elevated coastal route northbound, maintain VFR at 8,500.
Okay, Roger, cleared into the Bravo, 8,500 Coliseum, northbound 5 Delta Victor. Thank you. He said expect. Expect is not a clearance. I wonder if that was a test, or if he just brain farted it. Hopefully we passed the test. Hey Melvin, that is a 48-month resub, 4 years of subscriptions to this channel, my friend. That is amazing. Thank you so kindly for the continued support, Mr. Melvin. Yeah, no, Arch, I get it. I'm not trying to bust on him. I'm just, again, we're trying to make sure that we do the right thing here. I needed it to be legal. I needed to hear the words cleared into the Bravo in order to pass that boundary. So, just wanted to be sure we were understanding each other, he and I. So, again, wasn't trying to be pedantic, but just... as far as I could tell, unless it was just a language, maybe an accent thing, I didn't hear him say cleared. I heard him say expect, and I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, no, it's 2 miles tall over the airport, and then that's it. Like it's a very strangely shaped Bravo. I agree with you. Easier to see on the fly chart here. Very strangely shaped Bravo. I'm with you. But again, my charge was just to make sure we had heard the words cleared in.
SoCal helicopter 921 Hotel Mike, about 10 northwest of Fullerton, inbound landing.
The boundary right is actually the fence. So very cool. Yeah, it is one of the more unique Bravos in the country.
Master Captain calling. Master Captain calling, SoCal approach, say call time.
Helicopter 921 Hotel Mike, about 8 northwest of Fullerton, inbound landing Fullerton.
Helicopter 921 Hotel Mike, would you like to land on the ramp or to land the runway, taxiway?
We can just use the ramp, sir.
Got a helicopter landing at the ramp of Fullerton. That's kind of cool. I love the idea that there are folks besides myself doing interesting and non-standard things. And Fullerton, I think, was one of the ones we passed over a couple weeks ago on our way out to Big Bear. Was that? Oh no, Fullerton's right to our east. He's kind of down to our right as we look right now.
Cleared out of Zulu runway 20 right approach.
There's the can't see where the river goes. Tack chart maybe.
Skyway 1222.
River goes right past Fullerton there.
Descend to maintain 7,000 feet.
So we might be just below us.
7,000, Skyway 1222.
What do we have down ahead? Is this Hawthorne or no? This is that's a angled one.
Number 30 Papa Alpha, contact circle approach 119.6.
That might be the Long Beach there. Yeah, this I think is Long Beach, and just to the.
Delta Victor, contact circle approach 124.3.
All right, 2435 Delta Victor.
Fire Club 1989, contact circle approach 124.3, 24.3.
So if that's Long Beach, then like right in here is Signal Hill, and my oldest child lives right there. We're looking at my oldest child's apartment building somewhere in there. Was that Torrance? Oh, I thought that was Long Beach. I thought I was looking at this. Oh, Torrance to the left. Okay, yeah.
Number 281 Delta Delta, contact SoCal approach 121.3.
Drifted off of that VOR a little bit. We're 2 miles away, but I drifted to the
Delta,
left.
contact approach 121.3.
We'll get back on it though. SoCal approach, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victors, 8,500.
Delta Victor, SoCal approach, LA altimeter 3010.
3010, 514 Delta Victor.
Over 514 Delta Victor, opposite direction traffic, 12 o'clock, 5 miles, southeastbound, a Seminole, 9,000.
Okay, we're looking for, we got 7 on site, 514 Delta Victor.
4 Delta Victor, roger. Departure, Delta 186. Delta 186, SoCal departure, go ahead.
We are just out of 25 right, Doctor.
Delta 186, radar contact, climb and maintain 13,000, say altitude passing.
13,000, passing 3,000 now, Delta 186.
Cactus 1914, 110. Cactus 1914, SoCal approach, LA altimeter 3010.
That's that Seminole. We'll get back to 85. I didn't intentionally drop. He was 500 above us. Legal VFR wise. It did sound like he had a conflict alert going off, which might have been related to us.
SoCal, it's Charlie Foxtrot, Mike Sir Popper to copy IFR.
Got some more traffic kind of ahead of us here.
Who's calling for an IFR clearance, stand by 1 second. Delta 186, turn left turn direct clipper.
Left turn direct clipper, Delta 186.
Who's calling for an IFR clearance and where are you?
Charlie Foxtrot, Mike Sir Papa at Santa Monica.
I'm not intentionally turning to track that target. I'm turning because of, looks like I'm getting kind of blown off of my VOR radial here. By the way, we should be joining up the 145 into Van Nuys as well, so let's go ahead and get that tuned in. We're on under what frequency for Van Nuys? 13.1.
Charlie Foxtrot, Mike Sierra Papa, are you able to get the Santa Monica Papa 9 routing on board?
25.
Yep, I can do that.
There.
Charlie Foxtrot, Mike Sierra Papa, thank you.
So
We'll have your
do-
clearance for you in just a sec.
Do need to scooch over to the right just a little bit. We do have that traffic down at our 1 o'clock low there. 26 miles inbound toward Van Nuys.
Cactus 1914, contact SoCal approach 121.3.
21.3, Cactus.
And probably not a bad time
Delta
to
186,
recalibrate our
climb and
directional
maintain
driver here.
50230, contact Los Angeles Center 118.02.
I am steering at
Climbing to 230 for
315.
contact 118
Oh, well,
Delta
this
02 Delta 186.
seems to be kind of consistent with what we're showing on the
SoCal approach,
PG.
good day, Delta 156, climbing
30,
2,800
31, 31 and a
5,000
half.
correction.
30, 31, 31
Delta
and a half.
156,
Okay.
SoCal departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 6,000.
So
Climb
it's
maintain
fine.
6000.
Is that that can't be for us? That conflict alert. That traffic was well down to off to our right.
Cactus 1914. That was 121.3.
Okay, 21.3.
Alright, I'm going to scooch over to the right just a little bit. Get back on this 125 again. Following the Coliseum route, we've passed the portion where we're on Seal Beaches radio. We're now in the Van Nuys 125. Van Nuys
We're going ahead and kind of looks like we're having a little bit of an outlier.
13-1 and 125. So that's what we're following.
Number 514 Delta Victor, contact SoCal approach 128.75.
Alright, 2875, 5 Delta Victor.
Club 1989, contact SoCal approach 124.6.
2875.
Sorry, looks like a block fell in there. Club 1989, contact.
Club 73, SoCal, turn right heading 010. Vectors is approaching.
Right turn 010, vectors, Pilot Club 73.
SoCal, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 8500.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, SoCal, Burbank altimeter 3009er.
Alright, 3009 or 514 Delta Victor. So, 9:15, we're coming up on Van Nuys. Yeah, we'll probably do a second flight here. I had put one on the agenda because this was going to be kind of a longer 200-mile flight. And we didn't get airborne until a little 8:15. And, I wasn't sure. We got some traffic below us now.
Club 73, turn right heading 080. Report the field in sight.
Right turn 080,
Well,
call the
I'll
field.
tell you what, you want to talk about traffic, we got a ton of it over here. Departure off of LAX, departure off of LAX. We had eastbound traffic underneath us, or maybe southbound traffic.
And so approach Pilot Club 73 has the field, and we also have Victor.
Pablo 3149, reduce speed
Got
to
the
200.
parallel traffic coming into LAX, kind of cool.
Southwest 31, 49.
There's Hawthorne there.
Approach 35 Romeo Tango, we're with you now, 5,000, pointing at hill.
35 Romeo Tango, turn right heading 110.
Looks like I've drifted just a little bit to the right of the radial. Now we'll come back into the left. Tiny little bit of up trim. Keep that 8500. Got traffic over the coast, down over low to
SoCal
our
approach Pilot Club 73. I don't know if you
11.
heard, but we do have the field in sight.
14 miles from Van Nuys now. We should start to maybe see the Van Nuys airport ahead.
Approach, we're at 5,000 feet. We're not going to be able to get down there. Can
Might
we
be it
enter
right
a pattern
there.
to go visual?
Flight Club 63, let's, yeah, go ahead, enter a right downwind runway.
Is that Van Nuys? That might be.
SoCal hello, 4 flight 29, 8,000, descending via the J95 arrival.
What other airport might that be? Well, so if we're coming up on Van Nuys, then off to our right is Burbank. So that might be Burbank that we're
Left
looking
turn
at down
340,
there.
Pilot Club 73.
35 Romeo Tango, maintain 5,000.
Yeah, they've got a crossing runway across the bottom, and that's Burbank. We've landed there
Southwest
before.
3149, contact.
Well, we landed there
3124.6.
gear up in the Boeing 247D once.
Southwest 3149, contact approach 124.6.
What was that for?
Southwest 3149, 124.6.
24.6, Southwest 3149, sorry.
Number 514 Delta Victor, contact approach 124.6.
All right, 24.6, 514 Delta Victor.
Okay, 0.7, thanks for your help.
187. No problem, walk through 3118.
All right.
SoCal, Southwest 3149, descending via and clear Dallas.
So we got Burbank over here. Van Nuys is kind of dead ahead, but it may be under the nose because I don't see it. Did just now catch sight of some traffic right off of our nose, 12 o'clock below. Don't see them now down here. SoCal approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor 8,500. And more like 8,006.
Number 514 Delta Victor, SoCal approach, Van Nuys altimeter 3008.
At 3008, 514 Delta Victor. Maybe we are. Maybe we are at 8,500 after all.
Normal speed and over to Burbank Tower on 18.7, force Bureau wing 683.
Oh, the guy that we just saw might have been Moose. Got another one coming off of our left here.
Pilot Club 1989, flying heading, disregard.
It's 7. Always cool to hear Moose on the comp. Yeah, I love hearing our friends, Melvin, you included.
I need some pliers and set of 30-weight ball bearings.
Always fun to hear familiar voices on the comps. People that we've hung out with in person, especially. So.
Southwest 3149, maintain 170 knots until buddy, contact Burbank Tower.
Alright, so once we get into Van Nuys, we're going to be off here on a 278. We're going to kind of be direct Fillmore. So direct Fillmore 12.5. We'll go ahead and get that tuned in and the standby ready to go.
Final Club 1989, flying heading 350.
12.5. More traffic off to our left. Lots of traffic coming in from our left to whatever's underneath of us. That could also be, oh, we got traffic dead ahead here too. Man, it's cool to be in a busy event, but traffic is so organized. And traffic all around you, but you're not in conflict with any of it. We got one down here, kind of coming up underneath of us. We got one off to our 9 o'clock. We got one 12 o'clock low. All right, 2875, 5 for Delta Victor. This is the one we were just on.
At your 1 o'clock is a Piper at 3,900.
Yeah, we got it.
35 runway Tango, roger. Could be the approach runway 19 or correction, runway 16 right. And
so right over top of Van Nuys now.
Actually, for the is now special approach at 168 and we'll maintain visual separation with the
278 basically.
Flight Club 73, go ahead and cross over midfield for me now.
Cross midfield, enter the left downwind, 16 left, Pilot Club 73.
I'll tell you what, if they're going to go 16 left or a 16 right, that's probably traffic that's going into Van Nuys right below us.
The conference, good evening, United 466 on the 25, reaching 8,000, information Romeo.
A 757 Spy was right below us also, Ben Dave says. Very cool, yeah. Well-attended event.
354, heading 245, previous controller side is 250.
Alright, so we're a mile and a half.
Traffic is a Piper at 3,000, crossing midfield over Van Nuys.
Alright, we're 1.4 miles and increasing.
Traffic inside.
From Van Nuys, so I'm going to go ahead and swap that over. 112.5. 20 miles.
SoCal Southwest 3334,
and we know it's going to center up somewhere around this 278. I got to check back in with this controller also.
4.29, contact approach 24-6, good day. 35 room, check over runway 16 right, clear to land.
16 right, clear to land, 35 room, hang in.
573, runway 16 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 16 left, 573.
Jet 334, SoCal, flight present heading, descend to maintain 6,000, expect visual runway 8.
Alright, trim's back out to 85. Let's see if we can keep it. We're direct to
Yes, stand by, I'm fine, give it to you.
Fillmore. We're 17 miles from it.
Southwest 33, 34, SoCal. Did you have a request?
We'll take the ILS runway 8.
Doesn't look like Santa Barbara has any specific staffing, so we might be on this frequency the rest of the way.
Cleared ILS Yankee runway 8, Southwest 3334.
SoCal, SoCal,
500 on the 25.
4 Delta Victor, you with me?
3009 or 5 Delta Victor.
Thank you, sir. Alaska 1290, SoCal. 1290 to you, and we have reflection Romeo. Roger, and what's your airspeed? Airspeed is 250 knots. Alright, give me 240 for right now. Clear ILS Yankee runway 8 approach, 240 for now. Okay, 240 for now, clear the ILS Yankee approach, runway 8.
It's kind of one of those situations where I was like, I'm probably not the most important aircraft he needs to talk to right now, so I'll kind of just wait until there's a gap, or I'll wait until he needs to talk to me. So that worked out okay.
Right, 270, maintain 5,000, that's 260.
And we're not direct to Fillmore on any specific radio. We're now outside of the, we've completed the Coliseum, so we can, if we get off course a little bit, we can actually just adjust that needle to wherever we need it to be, and just fly whatever sensors here. I have picked up a couple extra 100 feet. I'm going to get back down to 85, and then
give me 6,000 for now.
wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's go ahead, level the wings.
Alaska 1290, traffic 12 o'clock, 5 miles, same direction, 737, 7,500 report say.
Oh, exactly at 280.
Alaska 1290, resume normal speed, maintain visual separation. Resume normal speed, we'll maintain visual separation. Alaska 1290. 35 Romeo Tango, taxi to road, ramp and 8.
Exactly at 280. Best as we can, steady as we go, steady as we can. So that says we're flying about 278.
Has matter of state. 5334, Roger. Clear, Port Stack visual approach runway 15. Port Stack visual 15,
Okay, so now that we got that calibration done, let's just recenter our needle. Looks like we need to maybe correct a little bit to the right. No big deal. Puppies, we'll get you a run, you know where, as soon as I get down. It'll probably be a slightly longer than normal intermission, guys, since Mrs. is not here. I will need to get them on their little trip to the little furry co-pilot's room, and then my own visit to the little pilot's room.
73, cross runway.
We've all got some liquid recycling to do, and it's just me and the pups here. So the intermission might go a little bit longer than normal. But when we come back after our touchdown, we'll figure out what else we're going to do. It's not yet 9:30. Yeah, we got some time. We'll do some more flying for you tonight. Again, I wasn't totally sure. What to put on the agenda as far as how many flights we would get in tonight. But we can definitely work another one in. Okay, so now we're going to fly a 240. Let's go back to just the regular VFR. We'll do a 240 off of Fillmore, and then we'll pick up the coast here right at Ventura.
SoCal, Southwest 33.
6 miles to go yet. I mean, we can kind of cut. Can kind of cut the corner a little bit. We're not encroaching on any airspace if we fly a more southerly path to Ventura than we have chartered here. It doesn't really matter. There's these deltas down here, but we're at 8,500. These don't go any higher than 3,000, so we're okay either way. But just to make the navigation easier, I'll take this all the way out to the
report Van Nuys and
Fillmore
Burbank Airport.
VOR.
Van Nuys Airport is at 10 o'clock, 18 miles. Burbank is about the same at 224 miles.
We have both airports inside 9466.
United 466 cross Van Nuys Airport at about 3,000. Clear good approach runway 8.
Cross Van Nuys Airport at
That's
about
around
3,000. Cleared visual approach runway 8, 9466.
The guys that were coming in eastbound probably landing at Burbank, and then of course we know that a couple of the guys that we heard on the frequency were landing at
1 Delta Bravo, turn left heading 150, this will maintain 5,000.
landing at Van Nuys, and they were coming in perpendicular doing an overflight. So will be cool. One thing that a lot of VATSIM controllers do, and very many of them in SoCal, in ZLA, is they get on the Discord and on the forums, the VAT USA forums, after big events like this, and they publish time lapses of their scopes. Always fun to go hunting down the time lapses and see if we can spot ourselves in those videos. Always a fun thing to do. How are we on fuel, by the way? I only put enough fuel in for this specific trip. We got 15 gallons. We always plan for reserves and contingencies, so I've got plenty, but I didn't plan any alternate fuel, and I didn't plan a second leg fuel. So we might be a little tighter on fuel than we normally are. We'll have to see how we end up here. We're expecting to land with basically 11 gallons.
Contact approach 124.6.
124.6.
11 gallons each side, rather. 15 in each side now. Okay, so we have now passed Fillmore. Let's go ahead and set that course
334, contact Burbank
to
Tower
240.
118.7, good day.
118.7, 5334.
Let's not fall out of the sky while we make our turn here. Come on, nose up.
Or 1 Delta Bravo, reduce speed to 210.
We'll take the 240 radio out to the coast.
1 Delta Bravo traffic, 1 o'clock, 8 miles.
And then we'll track the coast up to Santa Barbara.
Airbus A320 at 4,000. He's turning for final for runway 8 report site.
And once we hit the coast and we're tracking the coast up towards Santa Barbara, we will start our VFR descent here. Alright, let's get on that 240 radial, close to it as possible. Again, it's not super critical that we hit the 240 dead on. Just kind of aiming for that little nook in the coast. We do have, over Oxnard to our left, we do have a chunk of restricted airspace. We want to make sure we miss that. But as long as we come into the coast, anywhere around Oxnard and west, we're okay. And again, all these Delta airspaces here, they end at 2,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. So we're well above those. Nothing to worry about there airspace-wise, as long as we stay off of the restricted airspace, which is right off the corner there. Santa Cruz Island is what you're looking at ahead of you, for those of you who are curious. We're well north of where Catalina is. Catalina is down closer to where we started that Bravo transition, but this is Santa Cruz Island that we're looking at ahead of us. Okay, drifting off of our intended heading, but again,
SoCal Challenger 825 Bravo Tango at a 12.6, he's going to be the Rocker 2, we have Romeo.
again, nothing super critical that we need to be in 8504. Well above the terrain and well above the Bravo airspaces there, or Charlie Delta airspaces there, rather.
ILS Yankee.
Okay, cleared ILS Yankee at Mikey for 5 Bravo Tango.
Grab the phone real quick. Just check, make sure nothing's going on. Like I said, me and the pups alone at the house tonight, so just want to make sure. Just want to make sure everything's cool, everything's kosher. make it out to the coast and along Ventura. So this is Lake Casitas that we're seeing up ahead of us. Up here to the right.
514 Delta Victor, contact LA Center 135.55, good day.
All right, 35 and 55, 5 for Delta Victor, see you. You know, I'll have to modify my equipment package. I erroneously indicated that I have 8.33 kilohertz radios in this aircraft, and I guess I must have selected the option in which I don't have those, because these are changing in terms of 25 kilohertz steps, which I prefer. We don't need the 8.33 here in the States, but I erroneously filed that I do have it. Let me actually just correct that in my spreadsheet here for next time.
Connie, 8213, Los Angeles Center, Roger, squawk code 4710.
Squawk 4710, Coney 8213.
Delta 1501, clear direct to Surfer, maintain Mach 0.80 greater.
Surfer, Mach 0.80 greater. Delta 1501.
Okay, and there's no specific local staffing at Santa Barbara. Let's just get a METAR observation there. 0909, so we're going to want to land eastbound.
637, what's the Mach cover?
Mach decimal 79.
At 637, reduce to Mach 0.75.
Reduce 0.75,
They do have a runway 7 there. We have any instrument approaches we can use just to give us some guidance? Yeah, we do have an ILS or low runway 7. So we'll go ahead and tune that in just for the guidance. But we're going to be visual, of course. Los Angeles Center, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor 8500.
We're 514 Delta Victor, LA Center, Santa Barbara, altimeter 3010.
At 3010, 5 and 4 Delta Victor.
637 traffic, 11 o'clock, 15 miles northwest on, south speed below, Boeing 757, lower wind clear.
Yeah, copy for the traffic 637.
United 524 traffic, 1 o'clock, 15 miles southbound.
Okay, so I'm going to tune the...
Contact Oakland Center now, 123.8.
I'm going to tune the ILS for Santa Barbara. It's a 075.
Los Angeles Center,
Obviously, we're not flying an ILS.
Maintaining flight level 270.
Obviously, we're not flying an ILS. It's just for situational awareness purposes.
What's the call sign?
FedEx 5159 now.
FedEx 5159, LA Center, Rush. United 524, contact Oakland Center, 123.8.
We'll go ahead and get it tuned in there. Yeah, actually, Slant Alpha on the Slant Alpha channel, Adrian Bravo 7. How are you? Thank you very kindly. 29-month resubscription, 2.5 years almost. Thank you so kindly.
4341 Heavy, we're at Thomaston.
FedEx 4341 to send via Ironman 2.
What did I list as the...
3010.
Ironman 2, 3010.0. LA Center 1, 2, 48,000 feet, 75.
Flying 2 heavy, LA Center, Roger, Los Angeles, altimeter 3010.
3010.2.
Got it down to about 18 and 18. I can't remember what
United
that
524, contact Oakland Center, 123.8.
specs are.
Oakland 123, United 524.
Asiana 286.
18 on the manifold, 18 on the RPMs. Start a nice gentle descent. No need
Avalon
to,
airplane's not responding. Asiana 286, maintain Mach 0.74.
no need to rock it down.
Delta 627, contact Oakland Center, 123.8.
Oakland 23, Delta 67, good night.
United 524, LA Center. United 524. United 637, descend via Ironman to arrival, Los Angeles altimeter 3010.
This is Ironman to
Got a little
arrival,
glitch with the
United
control.
637.
Nothing going on there. How you doing? This is Agent Bravo 7. Not bad. We did a 2-for-1 tonight, and it worked out pretty well. We did the VFR corridor through San Diego. Whoa. Again, that's sim hardware glitches there. That's the airplane is fine. Sim hardware glitches causing those little blurps. We did a 2-for-1. We did the VFR corridor northbound through the San Diego Bravo, and then we did the Coliseum route.
514 Delta Victor, straight into runway 25 at Santa Barbara.
Straight into 25 Santa Barbara, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, well, that's a little different than what we were intending.
United 637, ready to your correction transition at 250 knots.
250 knots.
Western Bravos and taking names. Well, hopefully not.
4341, maintain 310 knots, published speed at Simon.
And I don't think we got a, yeah, we had a VOR 25.
John 286, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
123.8, John 286.
LA Center, Coney 82, kind of pushing 13, now top of descent.
It's off the Gaviota VOR, and it's 14 miles before we get to Gaviota. So Gaviota is on
the Los Angeles altimeter 3010.
13.8, and then we get to the airport
Descend via
14.7 miles prior to Gaviota. So we'll go ahead and tune that in. Again, we're not trying to set up an instrument approach here, we're VFR.
13.
But just to give us some guidance as to how far out we are from the airport. I think this is the airport right here anyway.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we can kind of see there's a rounded bump down and then there's a pointy bump down, and it's right at kind of the beam of the pointy bump down. And then when we land, transient GA is off to the right-hand side, so.
I mean, static 61 pixel, get the arrival information of Los Angeles.
Anyway, so Gaviota, like I said, just the...
information, I don't know, Los Angeles information, Oscar, or Quebec is current, you can go get that.
You know, actually, we can kind of...
Roger, thank you.
We can kind of cheat and use the back course to runway 7's ILS. We got,
I thought this was checking.
we're 17 miles east of the airport.
390, welcome. Southwest 2163,
we'll kind of be able to join the back course here.
128.5, appreciate it.
And since it's spun around upside down, it's going to end up looking like a front sensing,
261, contact circle
a regular sensing.
128.75.
2875, exit 261, yep.
Asiana 286, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
I'll tell you what, let's
Alaska 1317, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
let's do a couple things real quick.
123.8, have a good night, Alaska 1317.
What's doing is the 300. Looks like we're actually on our 295, so let's go ahead and calibrate that.
United 839, LA Center, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Flight level 320 to United 839.
November 514 Delta Vector, wind 2603, runway 25, clear to land.
Little land 255 for Delta Vector. Alright, fuel pump on. 15 miles, so for 14 miles we want to be about 4,000 feet. We gotta drop.
FedEx 4341,
I tell you what, why don't you guys start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bond commands necessary, just a number, positive or negative, represents your guess as to the descent rate upon touchdown at the moment the wheels touch runway surface.
Descending to 250
Closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, and the next one of those will be pulled on March the 30th.
250 knots 637.
Southwest 1012, same Mach number. 0.82 Southwest 1012.
And what I'm going to start to do
and Southwest 1012 descend via Ironman 2
is
arrival.
work the RPMs back up. That's going to help us slow down.
Maintain 300 knots.
Sure, not to the transition, descending flight Armin 2, and get the altimeter again, south of
12 miles.
Arrival, altimeter
Divide that by
3012.
3. We should be at 4,000 feet. We're at 5,000 feet. So yeah, we still got some altitude to lose here.
LA Center, Air Canada 560, flight level 350.
Canada 560, Los Angeles Center on.
LA Center, hello, this is 42, 8,500, flight level 600.
Delta 842, LA Center, common maintain flight level 360.
Can maintain flight level 360, 842.
Air Canada 7080, contact Oakland Center on 123.8.
Oakland 23, Air Canada 708, connect.
Good.
Localizers starting to come in. Kind of see it, I think, in the haze up ahead. Again, we're not flying this as an ILS. We're flying this visually as a VFR straight in. But I think we're doing okay. 10 miles, we're 4,000. We still have some altitude to lose
845,
here.
request step away for 3 minutes.
Delta 845, approved.
845, we'll be back. Crew advisor back, thank you.
Just keeping as much power out as we can. Mix is full rich. Nine miles, we're at 3,500. We are still a little bit up against it in terms of getting some altitude off.
Los Angeles Control, FedEx 5150, right now the case to descend.
FedEx 5159, descend to be a Derby 1 arrival. The Los Angeles altimeter 3010.
Derby 1 arrival 3010, FedEx 5159.
I think we're okay with the altitude. We just need to start working the speed off now. Flaps 1 here. That'll help us big time with the
Union 503 to SoCal.
6 miles out. We should be about at 2,000. Yeah, we still need to get down a little bit.
United 503, say again?
Just didn't know if SoCal was calling.
A while ago.
Yeah, 503, SoCal approach on 128.0, correction 128.5.
28.5, United 503.
Okay. I'm not sure. I think the darker pavement is the runway, and I think this is the parking area. We'll sort it out when we get closer, but I'm generally aimed for the airport in a way that makes me happy. We got gear, we got flaps 1. We want to get down to about 80 knots over the numbers. We get down to below 100. We'll get the second knot for flaps in.
Alaska 560, descend via Ironman to arrival. Los Angeles altimeter is 3010.
Is that for Air Canada 560?
Air Canada 560, affirmative, thanks. Descend via Ironman to arrival. Altimeter 3010.
Okay, gears down in green.
Send me the Ironman 2 arrival, Air Canada 560.
United 839, contact Los Angeles Center on 1.
Getting blown off to the left really harshly.
132.60 for United 39, thank you very much for your details. You right up.
Los Angeles JetBlue 720, flight level 350.
JetBlue 720, LA Center, Roger. Maintain, actually, what's your Mach number right now?
3 miles, and we're at 1,500 feet. Okay, so we're still a little on the high side, but I think we're recoverable here. Okay, so the lighter pavement is indeed the runway. You can see the flashing threshold lights now, so we'll get over there.
United 637, reduce speed now to 250 and publish speeds on the arrival.
Second notch of flaps.
Can you say that again for 637?
United 637, reduce speed is 250 knots now, publish speeds.
Reduce to 250 knots, so United 637.
Good evening, LA Center, Southwest 3428 with you.
Final notch of flaps will be coming in just a moment.
Southwest 3428, Los Angeles Center Run. FedEx 4341, contact SoCal approach 128.5.
It's like we're still showing high, looking all whites.
Hawaiian 2, contact
There's
SoCal approach
nobody coming home,
128.5.
guys, I promise.
185, Hawaiian 2 heavy.
Hawaiian, correction, United 637, contact SoCal approach 128.5.
So we're still a little high. We'll go ahead.
637, thank you.
Southwest 845, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
Get that last bit of excess altitude off. Get the last notch of flaps in.
Southwest
Aim for 80
845.
over the numbers. Ron Bungo with the follow. Thank you kindly. Appreciate that.
24.3, 24.3.
Alignment's looking good. We're going to have to correct a little bit of a crab angle.
SoCal pursuit on 124 decimal.
Speed's looking good. We're still a little high on glide, so
Kuni 8213.
get that
County
right wing,
8213, approach of 124.3.
right wing down and a little left rudder in to counteract that
0.3
crab angle. That should help us with the excess altitude as well.
Thank you.
Center, good evening, Pacific 1385, climb your flight level 230.
Pacific 1385, LA Center, climb and maintain flight level 300.
300, 1385.
All right, speed's good. Still a little high.
Southwest Central, resume published speeds at Simon. Published speed at Simon, Southwest Central.
Oh, again, that's not me. That's the hardware.
Southwest 845, LA Center, we're back, hope it's not too late.
Southwest 845, LA Center, no worries. Contact Oakland Center now 123.8.
123.8 for Oakland Center, we'll see you at Southwest 845.
Little floaty, but not too bad. Little floaty, but not too bad. I was much more measured in the way I drew the power down on the flare there. Flare was a little overdone and little roller coaster.
American 281, contact Los Angeles Center on 1.
Pretty happy with it overall. We'll get turned off.
Number 4 Delta Victor, taxi to the ramp via Charlie. If you need it, cross runway 15 left, 15 right.
Okay, yeah, we won't need it. We'll go to the transient on this side, 504 Delta Victor, ramp via Charlie, and we'll talk to you in a few.
Yeah.
LA Center, United 510, 8,704, flight level 230.
United 510, LA Center, roger. Climb and maintain flight level 35, actually flight level 340, direction of flight.
340, United 510.
Alright, so after hotel. Okay, let's go ahead and get cleaned up. Flaps. Strobe, landing taxi, pitot, and fuel pump.
Southwest 3428, descend via Rocker 2 arrival. Burbank altimeter is 3009.
Past the control tower, and then
Descend via the Rocker 2 arrival.
transient
and
parking is kind of
Southwest 3428.
right there, actually.
JetBlue 720, descend via the
Well, the
Iron
cars
Man 2
are,
arrival.
go
Los
figure.
Angeles altimeter 3010.
Alright, descend via the Iron Man 2, JetBlue 720.
Alright, we'll get parked. We'll look at our fuel and ETA. And we'll look at your predictions. And then, like I said, the intermission will be a little bit longer tonight than normal. But we will come back on and do some more flying for you. Just haven't figured out where yet. But I do need a little bit longer than normal intermission to take care of ferry co-pilots as Mrs. is out of town tonight. RPMs back down to 1,000. Mix leaned to right where it starts to drop. We'll go ahead and get the plane shut down.
American 1707, always center to G seconds.
Real quick, let's check on
1707.
my predictions. So the timing wise, we got off about 15 minutes late, but we landed only about 8 minutes late. Actually, we're only about +3 here. So timing worked out okay, and then we should have 10.8 in each of the centers. So we'll basically call it a good prediction if we've got 11 gallons left. Looks like we've got some extra, so we were more fuel efficient than we expected to be, maybe because we were at a higher altitude. Let's look at your predictions, and then we'll go ahead and shut the plane down. I did float it to some extent, trying to find that right combination of flare and power reduction. Of course, you can't look at the G's. There's something about the custom flight model that messes up the G calculation. But 53 and no bounces is what registered. So who was close? Okay. Who was closest? Predictions were 208, 75, 118, 100, 96, 173. It looks like it's going to be Bed Dave. Bed Dave had the most faith today.
That's flight level 370 for 380.
All right. Congrats, Bed Dave, and thanks for the faith. KSBA on, what are we, 3? What's today, 8th? I think it's the 8th today.
Antonov 7, Mike Lima, Los Angeles Center, roger.
All right, let me get the aircraft shut down, friends, and then we'll take a quick break out of the cockpit. Well, it won't be a quick break. It'll be a long break out of the cockpit for some liquid recycling, and then we'll figure out where we're going to fly next. Bear with me for just a second. Com and nav radios can come off. 1 and 2. Transponder can come off, and then the ADF radio can come off, which we never use anyway. Avionics switch off. That'll kill the rest of the avionics. Let's real quick do a live mag check. We're going to run the RPMs just up to about 15, and let's blip the blip the magnetos down just to make sure that that does indeed kill power. Okay, yeah, you just want to make sure you're not going to be sitting on the ramp with live mags by accident. But we'll go ahead and pull the throttle all the way out, and then the mix. Prompt lever can come out. Mags off the rest of the way. Nav beacon and alternator and fuel selectors and control lock. We'll go ahead and hop on out. I am not going to do a walk around to close the aircraft up, as we are just going to take a short break out of the cockpit. Little liquid recycling for all of you, and a nice vantage point from the side of the hatchback. Was that a Mini Cooper, or is that one of those Chrysler Fiat mini impersonators, maybe? All right, but we'll take a quick break out of the cockpit, guys. Do a little liquid recycling, and we'll be back with you here in just a moment. We're live from Studio 5, right outside of Ocean City, Maryland, doing some flying with SoCal, the Los Angeles ARTCC, and their FNOscars event. FNOscars. There we are. LAX, Burbank, and San Diego. Fully staffed up, as well as a myriad of other positions. They've actually done quite a good job of A, staffing, and B, attracting traffic, as you might figure. So, yeah, our friends at Los Angeles putting on a good show for us this evening in terms of the pre-Oscars party. We'll get right back to it in just a few. Again, going to be slightly longer intermission than you're used to, but we'll be back on. We'll do some more flying here in just a moment for you. Sit tight, guys, on the Slant Alpha channel and the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. Be right back. Alright, hey, welcome back, guys. Live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, and we are flying the A2A simulations, Piper Comanche. We're doing some VFR flying, slant alpha style. Slant alpha meaning that old school style of radio-based navigation. No GPS, no flight management computer, no inertial nav system. Nothing of that sort, and of course it's a general aviation single-engine piston plane to begin with, but a lot of those these days, most of those these days, are equipped with some sort of a Garmin unit, and we fly these as though they do not. We do that old-school style of navigation. Our first trip tonight was a VFR flight, but a VFR flight through both the San Diego and Los Angeles Class Bravo airspaces, which did require, in order to fly a transition route over those airspaces, did require some of that VOR radial tracking. So we got a chance to do that for you. Los Angeles ARTCC hosting the FNOscars, or the FNOscars. Sometimes, I tell you what, there's a joke about Friday night operations events, especially in 2024, have really ramped up traffic-wise. And man, you want to see that in action. Take a gander at that. This is the traffic in and out of the Los Angeles ARTCC tonight. They're well staffed to handle it, but man, they've got a number of pilots putting their skills to the test. So the fact that this is supposed to be in commemoration, it's like an Oscars pre-party, FNOscars. FNO standing for Friday Night Operations, but FNOscars is what a lot of controllers have been suffering from Friday Night Ops events the last few months, especially with the, like I said, the ramped up traffic levels that we've seen since Christmas on VATSIM. So, but Los Angeles seems to be handling it well. At least, I don't know. Obviously, we didn't talk to the local controllers at Los Angeles LAX, but we talked to a lot of the approach controllers working the traffic in and out of that airspace, and they seemed busy, of course, as they should be, but they also seemed like they were readily able to accommodate a handful of us doing VFR traffic, VFR Bravo transitions. We had a helicopter landing at Fullerton or Fillmore, forget which one, Fullerton, I think. We had a couple of VFR arrivals into Van Nuys that we heard going on below us. So, good mix of traffic happening in ZLA tonight for the FNOscars, and the controllers, at least all the ones that we've heard tonight, have been knocking it out of the park. Let's continue on, guys. I haven't really decided what to do next, but I was kind of thinking as I was walking around, we're up here at Santa Barbara. Wouldn't it be fun to head up to Half Moon Bay? Is that going to be too far? Let's see what that would take. Oops, I didn't mean to close the airport diagram at Santa Barbara. Let's blank this out and let's just go. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. KSBA, KHAF. Let's go VFR up the coast. And let's figure out what altitude. Oh, we got some restricted airspace out here by Vandenberg. Of course, that's one of the shuttle landing sites. Was one of the, back in the day. So I think instead of just straight up the coast, I think we'll probably head out to this Gaviota VOR and track that north and west, kind of along this Victor Airway. As a matter of fact, might it not be more fun to just do an IFR, a general aviation IFR trip to Half Moon Bay? Let's do that. Let's see if we can go ahead and get an IFR clearance up to Half Moon Bay. What would our routing look like out of Santa Barbara? We've got some departure procedures. Let's see if any of them. We know this RNAV wouldn't be useful to us, but let's look at the non-RNAV departures, and let's see if any of them are pertinent to our direction and aircraft type. So this is all going to be down to this point, flout. And then we've got a San Marcos transition up here, a San Marcos back behind us. We do have a Gaviota, so we got the Flout 5, but wait a minute. Doesn't say anything about notes not for our aircraft type. So this is a possibility. The Flout 5 would be this point south and west off of San Marcos VOR, and then we get to this point Flout, and then we'll turn up to Gaviota. This is departure off of 25 to Habit and then Gaviota. Doesn't look like that's going to be useful to us if we're departing on runway 8. No, we arrived on 25. Yeah, this might be the better one. Well, I tell you what, let's update our METAR. When we pulled the METAR was suggesting it was an eastbound wind. But then when we landed, oh, you know what? That's because I botched the ICAO code. I typed in Salisbury, which was near me. This is Santa Barbara. 280 at 5. Okay. So we want a westbound 3010. We want a westbound, so yeah, no, so this is kind of eastbound, so we don't need that. And then Santa Barbara radar vector departure. I mean, we could do that, but kind of seems like this Habit departure goes where we need it to go. We'll just depart runway 255 out to Habit, and then up to Gaviota, and then we'll continue on our merry way. So Habit 4 rather. I think I've been saying Habit 4. Habit 5 rather. Habit 4 to Gaviota, HABUT to GVO. Okay, and then what would be our next navigation step? Victor 27. Okay, and Victor 27 is going to route around this military airspace. Victor 27 we can kind of take all the way up. Yeah, this is all still Victor 27 here. Victor 27, whoa, so this is real easy. Victor 27 to Hadley. Whoops. And then from Hadley, we would just cancel and go visual into Half Moon Bay. No instrument approaches that we can do. No terminal, no standard terminal arrivals, no instrument approaches we can do. And then, so what would our altitude be? Let's trace this back. The initial off of Habit is 6,000. So see, it's 6,000. So we got to be at least 6. Let's see if we might need to be even higher. This is all 6,000 on the Victor Airway, 4,000. 62 for the Gulf Airway, interestingly. 4,000 for the Victor Airway, 4,000. Up here, 7,000, so that means we're going to need to file 8 to go on that segment, since we'll be westbound. So 8,000. And then it drops back to 6. Still 6. Okay, so if we file 8,000, then we'll just terminate the route at Hadley. And then hopefully we'll be able to be 8 miles from the airport at that point, and hopefully we'll have visual conditions enough to do a visual approach to the airport. Alright, so 8,000 is going to be it. Go back into our planning spreadsheet and punch all this stuff in. KSBA. Habit 4. DVO. Victor 27. Hadley. Destination is Half Moon Bay. In case we can't make it into Half Moon, what would be a sensible alternate here? Let's go on to the VFR map, probably something like Palo Alto, KPAO. So what would be the distance KPAO to KHAF? 18.7. So if we need it, we can go another 18.7 miles to Palo Alto. Origin elevation 14 feet. Destination elevation 66 feet. Cruise is 8,000. Let's go back and put our routing back in. Where are we here? We are at KSBA, KHAF, and we're going to go that routing, 240 miles. Another long flight. It's okay. Another hour and 50, and it's almost 2-hour flight. Nah, that's a long one, guys. Well, why not? Why not? Let's do it. I haven't flown this airplane much. We'll get on up the road here. Alright, I think I've got what I need. Let's get back into the aircraft. Let's turn the battery on and COM 1 on just so I can see what frequency I was on. Avionics on.
Oakland Center, good evening, Delta 1498.
3555, okay. Not that the staffing might not have changed, but start from that standpoint at least. Okay, alright, I think we're ready to go here. Let's go ahead and take it from the top. Levers down, switches down, everything's down. Door, and we'll go ahead and reopen the windows. And we'll open up the fuel valves. And I'll tell you what, before we get too much further in, let's go ahead and get our flight plan filed. N514DV. We're going to be IFR this time. We are a PA24. Weight category is light. Equipment is SDF. Transponder is mode Charlie. Departure KSBA. We're going to be off block at 2235 Eastern, 10 11 12 1 2 3 0335 Zulu. Altitude is 8,000. Airspeed 150. Arrival KHAF. Alternate is KPAO. En route time we think is going to be 0150. And fuel available 0333. Route will be the Habit 4. The GVO. And then Victor 27 to Hadley. We got nothing to put in there except we're a performance category A, and we'll go ahead and throw the old I can spell it right. Slant Alpha Adventures. Okay, all right. This didn't look right to me. I'm not sure why. Flight plan has been filed. We'll give it a moment to see if it indeed populates up there. Right now it's showing us on VATSPY as an arrival into Santa Barbara from SDM. But let us see if it updates our flight plan here in just a moment to an outbound. At any rate, let's roll on through the checklist while we're waiting on that to happen. We've one window's open, fuel valve's open, control lock can come off. Let's go ahead and do our walk around. We'll also set our fuel load accordingly. I guess we only planned enough fuel for one, but we wound up with a bunch extra. But we'll see what the recommended fuel load for this second trip is. We need to put anything in tips? No, I don't think so. Okay. But we don't need to do anything there either. Landing light we'll come back to. Tie down's already off. We never put it up. This is the... We're going to want 27 gallons here. Yeah, so we wound up with 14 instead of 11. I guess it's because we were flying so much higher. 27. And then we'll put that back on. Continue the walk around. Trocks are already off. Yeah, let's go ahead and just do our real quick check here. Again, you're going to make sure that there's no water collected in the bottom and it's blue and there's no obstructions or contaminants in there. No rags or anything, obstructions left in the intake area. Props undamaged. We just changed the oil at the beginning of the stream, so it should be fine. But we do want to see a nice light color and at least 9. Yeah, we're good there. Close that up, keep going. Left hand side, we also want to put 27, so we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, it was at this moment that he wished his Twitch username was shorter. Yeah, more than once, Melvin, more than once. 27. Okay. Back to the walk around. Chocks already off. Tie down's already off. P2 cover's already off. Landing light we'll check on the second run. Nothing to do with the tip tank or the tip tank sump. Let's make sure the aileron moves freely. It does. And let's make sure the flap doesn't move freely in any of its positions. Okay. Static ports unblocked. Stabulator. And rudder. Tie down's already off. Static ports unblocked. And again, same. We got my toolkit. We got my one bag. Yeah, my one overnight bag, and my toolkit, my overnight bag, and then my one suitcase. And we're gonna head up to Half Moon Bay. We'll get that shut, and we'll finish that up. Let us get the battery switch on and all the lights on. We'll do a real quick second run now just to make sure all the lights are functioning. Green nav light, right hand landing light is good. We can kind of see the strobe flashing from multiple positions there. Saw it clearly from that vantage point. Looking for one more landing light here, and then the red nav, and then really just looking for the rotating beacon if we can run around to the back, and we see up top that it is indeed rotating and beaconing, so we are good. We'll go ahead and put that away. Strobe and landing lights can come off. Battery switch will remain on. Get rid of the yoke, and we'll make sure none of the breakers are popped. Go ahead and get the door closed and latched. And away we go. Mix and prompt levers can go full forward, throttle to about 10%. Let us hit the fuel pump. Wait until pressure comes up. While we're waiting for that, I'll do one little undocumented checklist item. We are running slightly rich of peak here. Take about 4 shots. Oh, I mean to the primer, guys. Magnetos, left, right, both. Clear the prop area. Get the starter. Alright, starters off. Oil pressure. I'm sorry. Oil temperatures here. Oil pressure came up right away. Good. RPM's down to 1,000. Let's lean the mix until right to the point where it starts to drop. Right there. And we'll go ahead and close up the winders, as they say here in good old Balmer. Avionics switch. COM1 nav 1, COM2 nav 2. Transponder, we'll go ahead.
Delta 1312, say Mach number.
Mach number.
Mach 0.78, Delta 1312.
Okay, what's your indicated airspeed, Delta 1312?
100. And I'll just clear this out.
290, Delta 1312.
Let's
1312, airspeed is 270 knots, and chill
see. MagneStar, fuel pump. Oh, fuel pump can come off
Reducing
now.
to 270, Delta
We do want to make
1312.
sure the fuel pressure remains when we shut the pump off. We're good. And I think we did everything else. Let's just check on the driver suction and amps. Okay, yeah, we're all set. Flight plan's been sent. We have checked the ATIS, or METAR rather. Altimeter has been set.
Delta 1012, Los Angeles Center, under, say indicator. Actually, what's your Mach number?
Is
12 is Mach 0.78.
current. There we go.
Delta 1012, roger, maintain Mach 0.80 if you're able.
0.80, Delta 1012.
Let's check our directional gyro. It's probably out of sync. We're parked at about a 234 there. So let's make sure. Oh, I didn't get too far out of sync. 234, maybe a 233. Yeah, maybe a 233. Let's go ahead and grab our clearance if we can, see how busy the controller is.
United 368, I've got routing into Los Angeles for now. United 368, turn right, turn 20 degrees right, just to maintain flight level 240.
Flight level 240, turn right, heading 20.
degrees.
Yeah, United 368, fly heading of 150, actually heading, yeah, 150 for now, 150 heading.
150,
Departing on
United
runway 25, I'm sure.
Delta 1312, I got routing to Los Angeles, advisory copy.
Ready, go ahead, Delta 1312.
Delta 1312, it's going to be the Derby 1 arrival, clear to Los Angeles via direct to Teacups, Tango, Charlie, Uniform, Papa, Sierra, and the Derby 1 arrival.
Arrival on the LAX's Derby arrival, direct Teacup.
Delta 1312, that's reback correct. You clear direct Teacups at this time, and you can resume normal speed.
Resuming normal speed, direct to Teacup, Delta 1312.
Center Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victors on the ground at Santa Barbara with the weather IFR to Half Moon Bay.
We're 5 4 Delta Victor, other center clear, center clear. United 368, advise whether you're ready to copy your routing to Los Angeles.
He's giving out a ton of reroutes into LA, so
Are you ready to copy your routing?
it might be a few minutes.
Yes.
I'm going to roll on as though
United
we are
368,
clear
to
as
Los Angeles
filed,
Airport via direct,
but then
it's going to be
we'll
the
stop
Derby
back and
1
make
arrival.
any adjustments
You
that
clear
we might
direct to
need to
Bob
do.
intersection. It's Bravo.
We will need to set the squawk once that is given to us. If we
And the Derby 1
are
arrival.
cleared as filed, that means we will need to tune the 110.3 and 255. We already tuned to the 110.3.
Okay,
I'm
Derby
pretty
1
sure.
arrival, Bravo Alpha Uniform,
Yep,
Bravo
we
Bravo, United
And
368.
we'll take that out
Reback
to
correctly.
12 miles and then we'll turn northbound to the Gavia
United
VOR
387, contact Oakland Center
113.8.
correction 123.8.
113.8, and then that'll be a 343. So right now it's going to be a 255.
United 1915, LA Center, roger. And United 515, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
Oakland Center
There's 255, and then the second step is going to be a 343. So we're just going to
Los
get
Angeles
that
Center, United
447's with you, climbing through.
Arrow ready to go, just in case.
Flight level 110.
All right, so nav and ADF tuners
United
are set.
447,
Flight
LA Center,
controls,
maintain
we can
flight
do a
level-
real quick check.
230 for now, 23.
230.
Can't see the rudder, but kind of assume that it's all good.
Delta 323, LA Center, you on?
From
Last
Trinity,
one
check in,
set.
Delta 323, level 370.
Great, thank you.
Get the trim spun down to neutral.
Delta 1012, descend via Ironman to arrival, Los Angeles altimeter 3012.
Send me the Ironman, Delta 1012.
Remember, Sierra Yankee, November 22, descend via Ironman to arrival, LA altimeter
Oil
3010.
and cylinder head temps are looking good. Taxi routing is going to be
American 1047, contact Oakland
probably
123.8.
123.8.
Mike Hotel crossing the 15s. So kind of southbound Mike and eastbound Hotel. We'll see what they say. Could be a number of different ones. Could be Charlie and Bravo and the Hotel crossing the 15s. We'll see what he says. Could be a number of different ways.
Delta 1523, contact SoCal approach 128.5.
128.5, Delta 1523.
Orbit 27, contact SoCal approach 128.75.
And then our brake check is done.
12875, have a good night, Oak 27.
Okay, so at whatever point we get our clearance, we are ready to taxi. We're kind of facing 25, so we're going to want to taxi over our left-hand shoulder there. I think that is...
Delta...
That is
323,
probably hotel there, so let's
3010.
assume the left hotel right
Send me there, Mr.
Juliet
Arrival,
to
Delta
the
320.
runway. And he's busy, so let's cut him a break. Guys, while we're waiting for that clearance,
Center United 1702, we're at top of the
tell you about our
1702.
3 big giveaways coming up on the stream. We got our monthly giveaway. That's our landing rate raffle every time. Yeah. We're sympathetic. Our monthly raffle is our landing rate raffle. So you saw coming in that we get our predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown. Whoever's closest gets an automatic entry into that landing rate raffle. Once a month, toward the end of the month, we pull one name or a couple names sometimes. Usually 2 names out of that fishbowl, and then the winners there get any one of our Slant Alpha prize vault items, including any of our branded merch, the t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. Or if you want a $25 Amazon gift card or xplane.org store gift card or similar gift card, those are good choices for you as well. That's our monthly landing rate raffle. 2 big giveaways coming up in addition to that. We've got our free to enter men's basketball bracket challenge coming up. Entries have to be received between March 17th and 21st. The evening of the 17th and early to mid-morning on the 21st. So really about 3.5 days to get those entries in. The men's tournament selection Sunday is on St. Patrick's Day. Once the selections are announced in the evening, you've got until basically the first tip-off of the actual real first round. Don't worry about the little, what they call the first 4, getting the field of 68 down to 64. It's the tip-off of the round of 64 that you have to have your entries in by, which is usually Thursday late morning. Get over on our Discord server. The link's on the lower right-hand side of your screen. We have to know who's who. You're going to be on the ESPN.com website to put your entry in, but you'll need to be on our Discord server so that I know who's who, so that nobody tries to fraudulently claim ownership of a winning bracket at the end of the contest. So you'll need to let me know going into that first round whose bracket belongs to who. But anyway, on the ESPN Bracket Challenge website, get on over there. Even if you've never done a bracket challenge before, or if you've never watched any men's basketball, get on our Discord server, jump in on this thing. It's free to enter. There's nothing to lose, and we've got some pretty good tips for you in terms of how to put together a reasonable bracket, even if you don't know anything. Go for it.
4 Delta Victor, clear to the Half Moon Bay Airport. Habit for departure. Gaviota transition that is filed. Climb and maintain 3,000. Expect 8,000 within 5 minutes. squawk 6703.
Alright, cleared to Half Moon Bay, Habit for Gaviota. We'll maintain 3,000, expecting 8,005, and what was the squawk again?
Squawk code 6703, 6703, November 4 Delta Victor, back correct, runway 2550 to taxi.
We're 6703 and we're ready to taxi runway 25.
Number 4 Delta Victor, runway 25, taxi via hotel, cross runway 15 right, 15 left.
Alright, hotel, and we'll cross 15 right, 15 left, 5 for Delta Victor. Nice.
Los Angeles Center, good evening, Southwest 1119, 370.
Gotta get that squawk code down, man. I didn't want to, while I had him, I didn't want to lose the opportunity to get rolling.
118.02.
Remind me, I gotta finish talking about that men's bracket challenge, and then we gotta talk about the other giveaway that we got going on. So this should be hotel. I think it is. And what is it? 6703.
Pilot Club 215, contact SoCal approach 124.3, 24.3.
24.3, Pilot Club 215, have a good night.
70123.
Hello, sir, Santa, cargo load to 16.
Cargo Lux 16, Los
Okay,
Angeles
so
Center.
we're on hotel crossing.
Freewing 749, contact SoCal approach 128.5.
That can't be right.
128.5, through H149er.
Yeah, this sign's got to be wrong.
Freewing 749, 128.75.
We're crossing
128.75, through
15
H149er.
right.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Yeah, 15's to our right.
November Sierra
33's to our left.
Yankee, November 22, contact SoCal approach 128.5, 2850.
Contact
125.7's that way. Okay,
November
that's
number 22, heavy.
that threw me off there for a second.
Nice. Delta 1312, descend via Derby 1 arrival and Los Angeles altimeter 3010.
Descend via the Derby 1 arrival, altimeter 3010, Delta 1312.
Alright, anyway, so the men's bracket challenge, if you've never been in on a basketball pool before, get over on our Discord server, go ahead and get an entry in. Nothing to lose, it's free to enter. And we got some good tips and tricks for you as far as getting a reasonable bracket entered in, even if you've never watched college basketball. All you have to do is understand the difference between big numbers and little numbers. If you can do that, you can put in a reasonable bracket. Just follow the tips and tricks that are over there. The other giveaway is our 4,000 follower giveaway.
Yeah, Scout 4126, SoCal approach 128.5, 2850.
That'll be on Friday, March the 22nd. So right after the first round of the men's basketball challenge begins, that Friday night we're going to do our 4,000 follower giveaway. We'll do 2 landings. We'll get your predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown for each of those 2 landings.
Southwest 709, descend
We
via Ironman 2
will award
arrival,
points for the closest predictors. Closer you are, the more points you get, and whoever has the most points after 2 landings, top 5 point totals after 2 landings, in fact, will get prizes in terms of gift cards to Amazon, xplane.org store, or Sim Market, and the winning values are 100, 90, 80, 70, and 60. 400 total dollars being given away in honor of 4,000 followers on the Slant Alpha channel. That's March the 22nd. Okay, so the prop test was done. We'll enrich the mix. Set back to 2,000. Let's do a card heat check. Let's do a mag check.
Delta 522, is that for me? Delta 522, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
We are ready, guys.
Contact Oakland Center 123.8.
The first step is to take this localizer out to
Center, good evening, in front of 11 with you, 491.
12 miles.
In front of 11 Los Angeles Center, Roger.
How you doing tonight, sir?
Well, thanks. Break Southwest 709, descend via Ironman 2 arrival, Los Angeles altimeter 3010.
Alright guys, we're ready.
Southwest 709, LA Center.
As soon as he can talk to an airplane that will actually read back.
Delta 709, descend via the Ironman 2 arrival, LE altimeter 3010.
And via the Ironman 2 altimeter 30107.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short of 25, Santa Barbara, ready.
We're 514 Delta Victor, wind 270 at 5, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Correction, runway 25, clear for takeoff.
Runway 25, clear for takeoff, 514 Delta Victor. Strobe, landing, taxi, pitot, and fuel pump.
Delta 1012, contact SoCal approach 128.5.
128.5, Delta 1012.
Visual check and final, visual check and runway.
Center, I don't know if you did get me, or maybe I just didn't listen. 523 is okay.
JetBlue 523, LA Center, climb and maintain, flight level 280.
Blue 0523.
Thank you.
Takeoff power coming at you.
Anybody else calling answer? United 1702, contact SoCal approach 128.75.
12875, United 1702.
80 miles per hour. Rotation. Wheels coming up. Pitch 110.
LA Center, good evening. Delta 840, Delta 840 is at flight level 370.
Delta 848, Los Angeles Center.
As soon as we're sure we'll have it.
The cactus,
The flaps in.
got the wrong restricted gain air. Contact LA Center on 133.2.
We're reverse sensing now because we have the
Nice.
needle pointed upward.
Los Angeles Center, Alaska 7821 with you.
Alaska 7821, LA Center, Roger.
And so flaps are in, gears in. Let's go ahead and get the manifold pressure down to 24, RPMs down to 24.
Delta 1012, contact SoCal approach 128.5.
So we want to pull this needle behind us to us.
Delta 323, thanks for your help. Contact SoCal approach 128.5.
We'll pull to the right, the needle will follow us. It's more reverse sensing. And we're going to take that out to 12, I think I said, yeah. And we're stopping at 3,000. Center Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 1,800 going to 3,000.
For 514 Delta Victor, radar contact, climb and maintain 8,000.
Up to 8,000, 514 Delta. The good news is that means we got our squawk code down properly. We're kind of scrambling for that one. So 24, okay. Manifold pressure's already starting to slip. Let's get it back up to 24. RPM's looking good at 24. Let's leave the mix fully rich for now. Okay, needles coming to the left. Okay, so we need to turn right, pull that needle behind us again, reverse sensing.
Yeah, 388.
4 miles. We're going out to 12.
Southwest 1119, descend via.
We got a reference point here. We got to make sure we cross San Marcos 251 at or above 6,000. Let's tune that on our second nav, 114.9 and 251.
Arrival Southwest 1119.
114.9. 251. I'm actually going to set it to the inbound, which would be 151.051.071. I'm better at keeping track of which side of it I'm on when I do it that way. Okay, there's 071.
JetBlue 523, transition, maintain Mach 0.79 or greater.
Okay, we're back on that needle.
Mach 700. Delta 14,
24 on the RPMs, 23 on the manifold. Let's get that back up to 24.
.76. Delta 1426.
Fuel pump can come off, by the way. Forgot to do that. Been pretty good about remembering little procedural things tonight. Means I'm not drinking enough. I don't think we're going to have any issues getting to 6. I think we're going to be at 6 before we make the northbound turn, but we'll still show you how to find that spot. Again, we're going out to 12 to the Point Habit. 7.7, 7.8.
In front of 11, contact LA Center 118.02.
Say that for config for in front of 11, sorry about that.
118.02.
1802, we'll see you later, thanks. In front of 11.
See you, bye.
Looks like I'm a little bit left of...
LA Center, Alaska.
Well, yeah, I'm a little bit right, of course, actually. Because again, we're reverse sensing that back course basically, so I got to turn left and the needle will follow me to the left.
Alright, well, let me know
There's
if you get it
6. And we need to, so we're going to take this out to 12 and then turn north, and we need to be 6,000 before we pass the 251 radio. Well, we're already passing 6. So we are in compliance with that altitude restriction. We're at or above 6, by the way. 6 at least is what the 4 says there. So we are fine in terms of that restriction.
TBM75 X-ray, flight level 250.
But again, we'll show you how to find that point anyway.
5 X-ray, Los Angeles Center, Roger.
We're 10 miles out. We're going to 12. Just because I think it's going to be time to start thinking about picking up the 163 into Gaviota 343 into Gaviota 13.8. Let's go ahead and swap it over. 13.8 and 343. Should be right where I have the
Center United 447, kind of step away.
green, and yeah, we're right, of course, correcting to the left.
I'm sure that's fine as soon as they find you. Yeah, let me know when you're back.
Alright, thanks.
Yeah, try not to go more than 2 minutes because I got to get you to Oakland. Actually, can you go to Oakland Center right now? You just took your hand off. 123.8. I'm sure he'll let you go.
Okay, we'll do. Thanks. 123.8.
Appreciate you.
We know we had another mile and a half or so to go, so we're going to kind of start waiting for that radio to come in on the 343.
Delta 1312, contact Socal approach on 124.3, 24.3.
RPM still good at 24. The manifold pressure has slipped way down. I'm not paying attention.
Good night.
So we've got that as wide open as it'll go. We're only going to get 22.5 there at this point. Okay, that radio's starting to come in now. Go ahead and start the right turn. We also need to be ready to level it off at 8,000.
Alaska 7821, are you able to send me enough?
Can you give us like 2 minutes for 7821?
No worries.
When I roll out of this turn, the plane's going to start surging upward again. I'm going to start kind of putting some down trim in, and I overshot the turn just slightly. Level it at 8. Come back and get that 343. I probably need to do a quick calibration of the directional gyro. And we're going to need to continue to put in some down trim, because as the aircraft picks up speed, it's going to still want to climb. Even though we've leveled it, the speed comes up, the lift comes up. Let's go ahead and get the manifold pressures already down at 22. Let's go ahead and get the RPMs down to 22. And then we can lean the mix out to about 14 gallons an hour. So 22. 22, 22, 14. Let's get back up to that. Overshot the correction onto the radial. We do need to trim it down to 8,000. And then we're just about to the point where that GOR has crossed. So this is the point where we're crossing from being left of course to now being, I'm sorry, right of course to now being left of course on this crossing radial, the 071 or the 251 off of San Marcos. So now we're at the point SoC, we need to be at least at 6,000. And we are indeed in compliance with that because we're at 8.
124.3, Southwest 1119, thanks.
Air Canada 556, contact circle approach 128.5.
Pretty much right on top of that Gaviota yard. Notice I'm suddenly chasing the needle as it moves rather rapidly. Where are we going after Gaviota?
LA Center, good evening, Challenger 604 Echo X-ray.
I should know this.
Level 410.
We should be turning outbound on a 307, so I'm going to start that left turn now.
For 604 Echo X-ray, Los Angeles Center on. Definitely 2836 Los Angeles Center on.
Okay, didn't do too bad. Didn't do too bad. Still need to come down another 200 feet.
1413 for L285.
And then as soon as we get kind of stabilized here,
13 LA Center under maintain flight level 300, that'll be final.
RPMs will come down just a touch. Manifold down just a touch. Mix is holding steady at 14.
LA Center, Delta 848, did we miss a transmission? Delta 848, nope, you should just be descending via. Roger, thanks. Delta 709, contact circle approach 128.5.
Peg that right on 340, and we'll keep that heading steady. And then let's see, it looks like we're really at about a 3.5 there, so let's calibrate that. Looks like we're all good though.
Center, Triple 2736, 290.
Tempo 2736 Los Angeles Center on, welcome.
Alright, got it trimmed out right at 8. And we're right on the airway. By the way, let's get ahead of the game here up behind. We're at a 307. We should be tracking 20 miles out and then 34 in to Morro Bay. 12.4 is our next one. 112.4.
Delta 1426, maintain Mach 0.78 for space, thank you.
So 20 miles is when we'll make that switch over. And let's just go ahead. 12.4 tuned in at the bottom. 12.4 and 126, which will be a 306. So we'll just tune that in on nav2 just to kind of get a preview of whether we're receiving it, whether we're anywhere close to on course with it.
Delta 1312, contact circle approach 124.3.
Add a tiny little touch of up trim and then a tiny little correction to the right. You'll notice, guys, that I don't fly. I don't even know how the autopilot in this aircraft works. Don't fly it. Don't need it. It trims out so nicely. Just barely need to nudge it in the direction you want it to go, and it just kind of stays there. So we're 11 miles out. We're taking that to 20, according to this little marker here. Ordinarily, you'd switch halfway. This is a...
We're 514 Delta Victor, Santa Maria, altimeter for you, 3014.
At 3014, 514 Delta Victor. Ordinarily, you know, if this is a 54-mile leg, then you'd change over at 27 miles in, 27 miles out. But in this case, for whatever reason, and it's usually a matter of the signal interference or signal strength, the signal must be better coming from the northwest than from the southeast, so they have a switch farther out from this one than to this one in this particular case. So 20 miles out, we'll swap it in. Let's go ahead and get that altimeter of 3014 dialed in. I think we're down, yeah, a little below that, so about a 40-foot adjustment to our altimeter reading with that.
United 388, I'm sorry, say again.
Barely scooch the plane over to the right to keep tracking that radial. Ooh, we're getting a little bit bounced around here. And actually, we can kind of see the airway is going to pass just slightly off the coast of that northeastern bend there. But we can see that northeastern bend, and we kind of aim for that tan spot right there. And we got an airport just to the left that we're going to stay slightly to the right of, which is there, this one here probably. So we're doing this IFR, but because it's visual conditions, we can do a lot of cross-referencing visually.
Roger.
Los Angeles Center, turn on D55, maintain level 310, squawk 3740.
Got a baby towel at the sweaty cup. If the cup's the only thing in the room that's sweaty, then we're having a good day.
Air China 9055, Los Angeles Center, roger. Jump to 2736, descend the Ironman to arrival, Los Angeles altimeter 3010.
On Ironman to arrival, different point of interest.
Alright guys, just checking in on things here.
75 X-ray, request lower than Eagle.
7% 5 X-ray, send to maintain flight level 180 for now.
Alright, down to 180 at 75 X-ray.
Alrighty. So we had mentioned, we had started to mention, and we got a little disjointed, but I'll tell you again about the multiple giveaways we got going on the channel in the month of March. Guys, well, our ongoing monthly raffle, the one that we do every month, is our landing rate raffle. So every time we get established on the approach or in the pattern at our destination, we'll get some predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown. Whoever gets it closest to the feet per minute upon touchdown that the wheels register when they strike runway surface gets, pardon me, gets an automatic entry into that monthly landing rate raffle, and our next one's going to be drawn on March the 30th. You don't need to be present to win. You do need to be present at the time of the landing or at the time of the approach or the pattern to get your prediction in, but you don't need to be present when we do the drawing, which we do toward the end of every single month. We'll pull two winners out of that fishbowl. Each of the two winners gets their choice of any one of our Slant Alpha prize vault items, which includes our t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag, or an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or to SimMarket. Remember those three because those will come up again. The second giveaway we got going on is our bracket challenge, our men's NCAA basketball
could you repeat the
national championship tournament challenge. Free to enter. You do need to be over on our Discord server.
Over to Los Angeles on 132.62. 547 Mike Papa.
Yeah.
And the instructions for entry are over there, but mainly you just need to be over there so I know whose bracket belongs to who, so we don't have anybody trying to claim one erroneously or fraudulently at the end of the contest. But jumping on our Discord server, all the information you need is over there. But basically the way we do it is we use the ESPN site. There's a group for the challenge. And the name of that group is over there on our Discord server. So once you get your bracket submitted to the ESPN site under our group, and you jump on Discord, let us know who's who, let us know which bracket's yours. Each person's top scoring bracket at the end of the competition counts. And the top three get awarded prizes of 50, 25, and 15. And we're talking dollar amounts for your choice of AmazonXplained.org or SimMarket.com. If your top scoring bracket also happens to beat my top scoring bracket, then your prize is doubled. So the top prize could be as high as $100. Second prize could be as high as $50. Third prize could be as high as $30. And again, your choice of Amazon.com or Xplain.org store or SimMarket.com once the men's tournament is all said and done. That's the second giveaway. Third giveaway, by the way, the entries for that have to be received before the first official round of 64 game tips off. And that is on Thursday, midday, the 21st. The selections are announced in the evening of the 17th, and then you've got basically 3.5 days. You got about until midday on the 21st, until the first game of the round of 64 tips off on Thursday. The first four games, the first four that narrows the field from 68 to 64, those don't count. And I mean that in every sense of the word. Oh, and we're, well, first of all, thank you, AJ Skyman, for the follow. Appreciate that. But secondly, we're 12 miles past where we should be switching over to the next navigation step here. So let me go ahead and get that done. We're supposed to be inbound, 34 miles inbound to Morro Bay, 112.4 and a 126. So 112.4 and a 126. I've got that pre-tuned in here. 112.4. 126 is going to be a 306 on the outbound side. We're right there. So we're not that far off of it. We're 21 miles and counting down, so we're not doing too bad. What we then want to do on the outbound side is going to be a 292. And then we're going to take that 37 miles, and then the next one inbound is going to be Big Sur 114.0. So we'll just get the 114.0 dialed into the standby there. We'll maybe get the 114.0 dialed into the second nav radio. When we come into Big Sur, it's going to be on a 141, which will be a 321. Go ahead and dial that here just to have it visually helping us, but we'll swap it into the primary nav radio, the HSI gauge off of nav 1. When we get there, need to put a little bit of up trim to keep the 8,000 going, and a tiny little right turn to get back over fully onto that airway, but otherwise we're doing good here.
United 1413, contact SoCal approach 128.5, 2850, good night.
So we got the monthly landing rate raffle. We'll get your predictions as soon as we get established on the approach. We got the men's basketball tournament challenge. We'll get your entries between the evening of the 17th and the late morning of the 21st. Then we've got our 4,000 follower giveaway night. That is going to happen. Manifold pressure slipped a little bit. Manifold pressure wide open. And we're only getting 21.3 here.
Contact SoCal approach, correction 128.75.
Let's see if that continues to fall off. Let's make sure that it's not a matter of carb icing or something like that. It might just be an atmospheric change.
November 75 X-ray, contact SoCal approach 128.75.
But that seemed like a change kind of drastically. And it's still dropping. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to pull. Yep. Oh, look at that. Pull just a little bit of carb heat in. And look at that thing shot right back up to 22.4. Let's get that throttle back down then a little bit.
United 1929, descend via Ironman to arrival Los Angeles altimeter 3012.
Pays to be vigilant, guys. 22, 22, 14.
United 1929, descend via Angel 4, correction, Ironman to arrival.
Anyway, where were we? Monthly landing rate raffle. That's the one that you enter every time we get established on an approach or in a pattern. The men's basketball challenge. That's the one you got to be in our Discord for, but you can send your entries into the ESPN website under our group name. And between the evening of the 17th and late morning of the 21st. And then third, and finally, our 4,000 follower giveaway night. That'll be on that Friday, right after you get those entries into the men's basketball tournament. Of course, the men's basketball tournament doesn't finish until early April. But right after you get those entries in, that Friday the 22nd will be our 4,000 follower giveaway night. We'll do 2 landings for you that night. We'll get your predictions for both. Whoever's most accurate collectively over the 2 landings, the top 5, will take home prizes on that one. And the prize amounts on that add up to 400. It's going to be 100, 90, 80, 70 and 60 for the top 5 most accurate predictors across the 2 landings on the night of Friday, March the 22nd. So lots of giveaways going on in the month of March here at the Slant Alpha channel. Hope that you join us. For those of you new to the channel, we most often stream for you on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Not always, but usually. And you can check out the full show schedule underneath the About tab, not only to see which nights we might have to change the schedule up, but you can get an idea of what we're going to be up to on any given night by checking out that show schedule underneath the About tab or over on our aforementioned Discord server. You'll see, as we are tonight, it is most often a general aviation stream, and tonight is perfect in the spirit because we are flying with we are IFR. We're following a prescribed route, an exact route that we filed, and we are following that route precisely by instruments. It is IFR. Just because it's a single engine piston doesn't automatically make it VFR. We are following this route IFR, but we're not doing it with a GPS. We're not doing it with a flight management computer. We're not doing it with any kind of RNAV capability. We're doing it just based on the distance and direction from these VOR stations. That's the way you would have navigated IFR in an aircraft prior to having a GPS. Okay, we're passing over Morro Bay. The distance is going to count down almost to 0. We're going to lose the signal momentarily as we pass over, and then we'll join a 292 on the outbound side. See, I'm falling off of the heading a little bit. 3.8 miles, counting down. So I've drifted off to the left, but we're this close in. The complete accuracy is not 100% critical. I'm not going to make a radical correction to get back onto that. Not going to need to make a radical correction to get back on that. Make a gentle right correction to approximately get back on that. And we're going to need to make a left turn as we cross over it anyway, so I'll be prepared to do that left turn. 292 is the outbound
United
radio.
771 Los Angeles Center, descend via Ironman 2 arrival Los Angeles altimeter 3012.
Descend by the Ironman 1, correction, Ironman 2, arrival and altimeter 30139771.
Alright, let's start our left turn. 292 is the outbound.
Yeah, 1023 Los Angeles Center, under from the main.
Okay, there's our 292. I'm going to just center up the heading bug.
China 9055, contact SoCal approach 128.5.
Going to be a little bit of a wind correction on that anyway, so I'm not too terribly pressed for that.
And 710, I'm expecting to fall right for arrival.
Okay, yeah, we're passing over it now. The other thing I need to do probably is steer. Let's just steer an exactly.
Approach will have it for sure, but that's a safe bet. Yeah, you can load that up.
Yeah, we're kind of passing over.
Alright, thank you. 731.
JetBlue 2836, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
Let's just steer exactly at 295 for a moment, and then we'll see how far off. First of all, let's get on exactly at 295. What's this say we're on? It says we're on more like a 292. Okay. So that calibration's been done. So this directional gyro does process ever so gradually out of alignment. So every 15 or so minutes you want to kind of take a peek at that. Probably be a few degrees off. Just realign it with your magnetic compass as best as you can. Kind of, it's more art than science sometimes. With this. The sim ones are pretty stable. The real world, that's a lot more art than science sometimes.
10 48, Los Angeles Center.
Malcolm Foxtrot is here. Hey, we're heading up toward your neck of the woods, actually. Not completely, but we're heading up to Half Moon Bay to close the night out. We got a little ways to go yet. Decided to bite the bullet and do kind of a long second flight, but we're going to go up to heading up to Oakland ARTCC's airspace. Should be getting that handed off to them here any moment, actually. Kind of racing the sunlight at this point. Now, of course, on the West Coast, it's 11 to 8:17 p.m. Yeah, I did dial the daylight back a few hours. I always tend to do that. And I don't know. I think people get uptight that I adjust the daylight. Yeah, but in the sim, I've got it set to about 4:17. I think.
Rocket to arrival. The Burbank altimeter is 3012.
417, maybe 517. I can't remember exactly how it's probably 517 now.
1485, Los Angeles Center, welcome.
But people kind of get uptight at me sometimes because I constantly adjust the daylight back a few hours. The reality is, in my actual day life, I have a day job, Monday through Friday, normal business hours. I come home, I eat dinner with my wife, and I stream after dinner every time I stream. More or less, unless there's occasional weekend event, Saturday morning event, Sunday morning event. But 99 times out of 100, I'm streaming after dinner. If I was to honor real time, that would mean every time I fly would be dark. I do not like flying in the dark. I find flying in the dark boring. I sure as heck am not going to do it every single time I stream when I can very easily control that. So, yep, I adjust the daylight. Deal with it.
Merc 514 Delta Victor, have a good night. Contact Oakland Center on 123.8.
All right, 2385 for Delta Victor. See you.
2 minutes or less. Descend to flight level 350.
In 2 minutes. Imran 737.
Imran 737. After that, descend and maintain flight level. Should maintain level 350.
After 3 minutes, maintain flight level 350. Imran 737.
Oakland Center, guys, 606 is with you at flight level 190.
Got it, 1606 Oakland Center, roger.
Yeah, Malcolm, no, it just surprises me how many people seem to get uptight that I don't fly in real time.
Waves descend via the Surfer 4 arrival.
Well, realism. It's really dark there, so it should be pretend dark there. Yeah, but it would be pretend dark there every single stream. Nope, not doing that.
Okay, 139 pass, okay, on tip.
Oakland Center, Comanche 514 Delta Victor 8000.
Number 514 Delta Victor, Oakland Center, roger.
So interesting thing happened maybe about 10 minutes ago. Was it 10 minutes ago? 15 minutes ago, guys?
917.
I had just noticed that my manifold pressure had slipped just a tiny little bit. I got it dialed in pretty well. 22 on the nose, 22 on the nose, and 14 on the nose. And I actually first noticed that the mix had slipped off a little bit.
Phoenix 37,
and the manifold pressure had sloughed off a little bit when I cross-referenced it. And I was like, I wonder if it's just a matter of atmospheric change. Do we go into some place that's lower pressure or higher temperature, some sort of a lower density air where the manifold pressure is all of a sudden lower at the same throttle setting? I was like, I didn't think anything of it. But I pushed the throttle all the way forward and it didn't quite make it back to 22. And then I noticed as I was doing that, it slipped another tenth of a pound or whatever it is. Another tenth. And I was like, wait a minute. So I pulled about 10% carb heat in, and that manifold pressure surged right back immediately. So, kind of an interesting observation. You figure you're at cruise, you got nothing to do, and I have myself a little something to do because I don't have the autopilot on. I'm just constantly monitoring the alignment on the airway. I'm constantly monitoring the trim, the elevator trim, making tiny adjustments. But just that obsessive habit of constantly glancing over at these gauges kind of saved me just then. Picked up a little carb icing. Didn't realize it except for all of a sudden these numbers looked slightly off, and then as I was increasing them to fix them, they continued decreasing, and that was my clue. Yeah, Malcolm. I was reading through that post a little bit prior to going live. Yeah.
43 to maintain flight level 340.
340, sorry.
Yeah, there was a post by a VATSIM delivery controller kind of on Reddit. And Reddit's, unfortunately, Reddit and many social media sites. You got a lot of people posting things on there because they think they're experts and they're not. And that's what the Dunning-Kruger is a reference to. You feel like you know something, you don't realize that you're just barely scratching the surface, and you put your foot in your mouth as a result. But a young controller, I assume young, a somewhat newer controller who was only able to control delivery was getting on Reddit to talk about all the mistakes that pilots make when this particular controller is working delivery. And was wound up saying a lot of things that were not 100% true about what they should be doing versus what they are doing.
Got it, 388.
And in many cases were true, but only true because of that location. That weren't universally true.
Affirmative, connect NorCal approach 133.95.
Pilots should know this and pilots should know that. Well, some of what you're saying is really not universally applicable.
You with me?
JetBlue 15, I see.
So it was an interesting post, and it was like Malcolm says, a kind of a case study in,
Southwest 13 to 59, correct, do it.
because you have a few hours experience in something doesn't make you an expert.
And 180 clear direct to it.
180 and then clear direct to it.
India Mike Romeo 737, Los Angeles Center 135.55. Southwest 409er. Chronic Los Angeles Center 135.55.
Indeed, but it's really, it's Malcolm, it's more than that.
135.55, but you've been a trooper. Good luck. Have a great day.
I have been
409er.
a flight simulator pilot for basically 40 years. I don't know exactly when I started. I trace it to somewhere around 1983, 1984. So at this point, I think I can safely say 40 years in this hobby. Obviously, the sims have gotten more realistic over that time than they were 40 years ago. But even with the real, even just in the last 4 years, 3.5 years since Flight Sim 2020 came out, I'm still doing an awful lot of learning.
Alaska 1184,
the more different types of flying I do,
Alaska 1184, Oakland Center, Roger.
The more I learn. And, at no point do I ever feel like I'm an expert. I do release tutorials on my YouTube channel, and by the way, if you're brand new to VATSIM, or if you're considering getting on VATSIM, there are some good resources over there on my YouTube. The link's on the lower left-hand side of your screen, or else it will be...
Roger. Spare wings 2909, Los Angeles Center 135.55.
Really soon. No, there it is. Right now. No, that way. But anyway, yeah, so I consider myself enough of an expert here, 40 years into the hobby and 14 years into VATSIM, that I can offer some advice. But, even on my tutorials, every now and then someone chimes into the comments and says, oh, well, you know what? One thing that you said isn't quite accurate. It's really this. You were close. I'm learning all the time, and that's the kind of the attitude you have to come in with. I think the young, I said, I'm assuming the person that was in that Reddit post, I think, really didn't have a good perspective on how much of an expert he was or was not. And maybe over time you'll learn that.
Affirmative, 090 the heading.
It made for a fun read, though.
Fairwing 743 to send via the MZO3, or the MZO3 round.
Chill Jude is here and says, does life as a highway hit the same in the air as it does on the ground? Yeah. I mean, we're in a single engine piston plane, so we're making slower progress than we would if we were in an airline or a business jet. I mean, obviously, if we're doing 160 miles an hour indicated, we're really doing probably 180-ish. But we're at 8,000 feet, so it just doesn't feel like that fast, If we were doing this 10 feet over the ground, it would feel a lot faster.
Oakland Center, hello, Air Canada 7048.
We're kind of riding off into the sunset, too, so that gives a little mystique to it. By the way, I do need to kind of have yammering on here, and I need to... where are we? So we're taking this radio out to 37 miles. And we're at 34 now, so I kind of need to be ready to do that next navigation step. Yeah, this is the Piper Comanche, and it's in miles an hour, not knots, by the way. So we're indicating 160, but we're at 8,000, so we're really doing probably 180, 190 over the ground miles an hour, which is probably about 150 to 160 knots. But because we're at 8,000, and because we're not really near any of this terrain that we're looking at, it just feels like it's taking forever. Also, don't know what the headwinds are here.
Got it, 665, Clark, do it.
Do it.
Got it, 665, Clark, do it.
Do it.
Direct do it, United 65.
So we're going to pick up the Big Sur 141, which is a 321 on the inbound side. So Big Sur is on 114.0. We got that pre-tuned. All we got to do is swap it in. And then 141, which is a 321. And by the way, if you're not really good at math, 321. You can just set it by the tail, 141. There we are. Spin the heading bug around just to center it. Not really using the heading bug.
06, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Turning
JetBlue
around.
1506, Oakland.
JetBlue 1506. Wake up.
Bayjet 1, climb maintain level 410.
Level 410, Bayjet 1.
And Bayjet 1, flighting 070, just to keep you out of the way of the LAs.
070 now on the Bayjet 1.
United 1230, flighting 070.
All right.
Heading 070, another 1230.
How we doing, guys? Probably another 45 minutes to fly. We picked kind of a long one. Nice fun flight though. Los Angeles hosting the FNOscars, which we said earlier almost looked like it meant to say FNOscars. With the amount of traffic that Friday night ops events have been getting on VATSIM lately, a lot of the controllers have been getting FNOscars. But Los Angeles seems to be holding their own tonight. Hopefully they're not getting the crap beat out of them too bad here. We're starting to get the crap beat out of us a little bit, getting bounced around. Just double check engine, still happy, 22, 22, 14. Temps all looking good. Let's just ease it back over to the left to try and gain compliance on the radial. We're just 130 feet too high. We're kind of just letting that gradually come back down. So just making some minor corrections to stay on course and stay on altitude here. And we also need to probably do, once the bouncing stops, see if we can do a, well, if I'm steering, I'm going to try and steer a steady 330 course now. I can. Turbulence is going to fight me here. So there's as close as we can get to a 330. Looks like
JetBlue
we're
1506, flooding 0 vectors for traffic.
Heading 180 vectors, JetBlue 1506.
Yeah, it looks like it might be about 5 degrees off, but I can't really tell because of the bounce around.
3555, good night.
We'll fly the needle. If the needle's right, then we're right. Then we're on course. It might just look a little funny if we're misaligned, but the needle's right, we're okay.
743 for now, maintain flight level 260.
Yeah, I can really hear that.
Blue 1506, maintain level 250.
Kind of hear the aluminum skin buckling a little bit in that bouncing around. I first thought
traffic no factor, continue to descend via the M03 arrival.
You know, my blind puppy, she tends to walk in the walls. Sometimes she's trying to get past the door, and it turns out it's the laundry door or something that she can't open.
Number 849er Quebec.
But no, it's this wing in my right headset that's bouncing around with some of that turbulence.
LA Sector 11802, 849er Quebec Sierra, have a good one.
United 9er 17, contact Los Angeles Center on 135.55, good night.
Anyway, the event officially goes for another half an hour. How's Los Angeles holding up? They're still getting a pretty good amount of traffic here. Oakland staffed up just as a neighbor. And usually the neighboring ARTCCs will staff up as well, and most of them will get pretty good traffic. Got a good amount of staffing here throughout the western U.S. tonight.
Bayjet. Added 1230, flighting 180.
Looks like we're
180, United 1230.
JetBlue 1506.
overshot that radio.
090
25.6 miles and counting down. And that's just, I guess we don't need the airport diagram. We don't need the,
United 775, climb maintain, level 370, flighting 090.
don't need the departure procedure. We're long done with that. We don't need the airport diagram at our origin. We're long done with that.
Center 135.55.
We can get the airport diagram at Half Moon Bay up, but there's really not much to it. It's 12 and 30
Center 135.55.
Not even an airport diagram per se. We can get kind of the mini diagram off of the approach chart.
JetBlue 1506, keep the climb in, climb maintain, level 350.
But basically, it's 12 and 30, and the parking's all off to the north and east.
And JetBlue 1506, flighting 050.
That's as much as we need to know.
JetBlue 1506, say Mach number.
JetBlue 1506, it's going to be Mach 0.81.
Alright, and let's see if we can kind of get a sense of how much further we've got to go.
Yeah, at 1230, maintain Mach 0.76.
We're on Victor 27. It's going to be Big Sur,
Yeah, at 1225,
right? That's what we're coming up on. 14.0. 14.0,
Yeah,
is that what we're tuned into? Yeah, 14.0, and we're 21 miles from it. So as soon as we cross over Big Sur VOR, then we can just put in our route as BSR V27.
Yeah, 125 Upland Center, flighting 27, correction, flighting to 040,
94 miles to
40
go.
for sequencing.
94 miles to go to Half Moon, 94 miles to go.
Bayjet 1, cleared direct Clausen.
Direct Clausen, Bayjet 1.
It almost, so what the with the headset on and the bouncing around, it almost sounds like I've got my dryer running and someone's tennis shoes in there. That's what I'm hearing in my headset. Really disconcerting. I'm like, and my wife's out of town. It's just me and the dogs. Nobody started the dryer as far as I know, and they certainly didn't put a pair of tennis shoes in there.
Affirmative, and for now, flighting 060 for now.
Let's do our best here. See if we can maintain a steady heading for a moment.
7048, descend to maintain.
Yeah, so with all the bouncing, this is what I was talking about earlier, where calibrating the directional gyro to the magnetic compass can be as much art form as science here. Let's just try and fly as steady a heading as we can. I feel like we're tracking on about a 326-ish.
Alaska 1184, Los Angeles Center, 135.55, good night.
135.55, good night.
Okay, well that's not that far off than what our directional gyro is reading, so I'm just going to leave it alone for now. It does look like I need to put in a little bit of a wind correction to the right. Looks like we're maybe getting blown off the coast, so we have to correct back onto the coast just a little bit, possibly. That could also be just misalignment in the gyro, but this is as good as we're going to be able to do for now. Alright, now, when we get up toward Half Moon, we are going to want to start our descent at some point. We can rely on the controller to issue a descent to some extent, but we kind of want to know how far out do we want to start our descent, just so we can adjust and be ready. Do we know? We'll know at the time we're given a descent. We'll know if we need to expedite it or if we can kind of take it
Yeah, it is
easily.
125, flighting 090.
At this point, Hadley, we're only going to be 8 miles from the airport, so at this point, Hadley, I think I kind of feel like I want to be at 1,500 or 1,000. We are at 8,000.
1802, Bayjet 1, see you.
We need to get from 8,000 to 1,000. That means we have 7,000 to lose. 7, and I use 3.5 miles for every 1,000 feet.
Number 4 Delta Victor, Monterey altimeter 3015.
At 3015, 514 Delta Victor. So I like to use 3.5 miles for every 1,000 feet I need to lose. A lot of people will tell you 3 miles per 1,000. I use a little bit more of a gentle descent that just gives you a little extra mileage, a little extra buffer to get down. So 3.5 miles times 7,000 feet to lose. So we want to start that descent, we'll say basically 25 miles prior to Hadley. So what does that mean in terms of our progress?
Heavy Upland Center, climb, maintain, level 3.
Hadley is 19 miles along this stretch because it's 62 to 43. So we really want to start
Air Canada
6 miles prior to Eugene. So really, once we get going north and west of Big Sur, we're going to take this out 67 miles. At 61 miles, we want to start descending.
JetBlue 1506, flighting 180, and start your turn to do it now.
Do it now. On the outbound side of Big Sur, 309 is going to be the...
Added to 125. Correction for now. Flighting 120, 120, just short vector for en route space to LA.
120 for LA, United 125 Heavy.
So it looks like we're a little bit right of course anyway. So we'll bring it over to the left, and then we kind of have a little bit of course correction to make on the outbound side anyway.
Yeah, 1606 Los Angeles Center 135.55. Yeah, at correction unit 775, climb maintain, flight level 340 for traffic.
I have not worked center on VATSIM. I'm an S3 rated controller, so I've worked up to the approach and departure level. I've never worked the center sector. I feel like sometimes, and whenever you're less than, whenever you're in a local altimeter calibration, so you're less than 18,000 feet, they're supposed to give you a local altimeter every X number of miles. I don't know what it is, 50-ish. Every so often, though, they are supposed to give you a local altimeter nearby to where you are. I have a feeling like sometimes center controllers on VATSIM use that as a means to make sure that you're still paying attention. They're like, wait a minute, 514 Delta Victor, I haven't heard from him in a while. Let's see if he's still awake.
WestJet 1698 Oakland Center, roger. Got it, 775, flighting, function clinic, do it.
Do it. So as we cross over Big Sur, we're 94 miles from
actually
the...
level 347 to verify altimeter 2992.
We're still about a half an hour out then.
Got it, 1023 descend via.
What did I put as my,
so
that lends itself to a arrival time a quarter after. What did I put in my, what did I have in my spreadsheet here?
WestJet 1698, flighting 090, vectors.
According to this, we got another hour to fly.
For sequencing.
I think we're doing a lot better than that, though.
Got it, 12 United Los Angeles Center, 135.55. West United 1230, Connect Los Angeles Center, 135.55.
Right on the outbound side of Big Sur, a 309.
JetBlue 1506, same Mach number. I show you a 401 knots across the ground. Verify.
JetBlue 1506, we're currently flying Mach 0.6.
JetBlue 1506, expedite your speed up. Maintain Mach 0.76 immediately.
Maintain Mach 76 immediately. JetBlue 1506.
You got it, 1665. Connect Los Angeles Center, 135.55.
135.55, deal.
And at 1230, Connect Los Angeles Center, 135.55.
Washington. Meet Seattle. Washington's where I work. That's on the East Coast.
JetBlue 1506, I need you to start speeding up now. You're losing altitude and you're losing speed. Just verify.
JetBlue 1506, we're speeding up.
Got it, 115.
He might be having some engine icing or something. Something's going on he's not aware of. You're losing speed, you're losing altitude in the middle of your flight for no reason. Something's going wrong. I'm zigzagging a little bit. I'm kind of chasing this needle. I shouldn't be. We're right over top. Well, we're 1.5 miles beyond the VOR now and outbound on it. So.
16 flighting 27, or flighting 090, vectors for sequencing. Terminating 090. WestJet
yeah, a little bit of a skill issue.
Mach 0.76.
I think it's more of a knowledge issue.
76.
Unit WestJet 1698 sliding to 090, vectors for sequence.
090.
Ricky Bobby 1711, welcome to the stream, good to see you. For those of you who might be new, this is a stream where we do mostly general aviation flying, and we do mostly that kind of flying that involves just that old school analog style of navigation. We are IFR, we are not VFR, we're IFR. However, we're IFR in the old school fashion. We're not navigating with a GPS where you just punch a route in and the magic box makes your airplane go the entire way. We're doing it with the analog style of radial tracking, VOR radial tracking.
Victor, contact NorCal approach on 124.52, good day.
Was it 2452 you said?
Affirmative, 124.52.
Alright, 2452, 5 without the Victor, proceed. 24, and I wasn't sure if it was 52 or 50. But anyway, yeah, we're IFR. Just because we're in a single engine piston doesn't mean we're not VFR. It doesn't mean we're VFR. And we're IFR, and just because we don't have a GPS doesn't mean we can't file an IFR route. We're just doing it old school. That basically the radial tracking and distance measuring equipment here. If we know our direction and distance from a fixed point, then we can navigate anywhere in the world. We know where the radio beacon is, we know where we are from it direction-wise, and we know where we are from it distance-wise. We can navigate on one point of reference if we know direction and distance. NorCal approach, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor 8000.
Program calling, can call sign.
November 514 Delta Victor, we're Piper Comanche, we're at 8000.
Or 514 Delta Victor, NorCal approach feeding Monterey altimeter 3015.
Alright, 3015, 514 Delta Victor. For right now, we are 8.3 miles north and west of Big Sur VOR. We know that because we are tuned to 114.0. In order to be on this airway, we need to be tracking it outbound on a course of 309, magnetic heading 309. So we have this needle set to 309. It's telling us that we're a little bit left of course. We need to correct to the right, but we're mostly on that course. And we're at a distance of 9.8, 9.9 miles from it. Given that, we know that we're pretty much right there. Well, actually, these are 10-mile rings, I think. Nope, they're 5-mile rings. So we're pretty much right there, more or less. We're a little bit left, of course, so we're probably something like right there. Alright. Very easy. It's a lot of manual management. You have to, every time you pass over a navigation station or you get to a point on a route like this where you have a little bit of a bend in the road, you have some work to do. You can't just automatically let the plane follow the path for you. But it's not difficult. You understand the basic premise, it's not difficult, just busier. It is the A2A simulations Piper Comanche. And it is inverted. I don't know why the camera does that. Looks like we're a little bit lefter, of course, than we were, so I'm going to correct over to the right. Now, we're not getting bounced around as much here, so we might have an opportunity. Okay, there, that radio's starting to come back in. But real quick, while that radio comes back in, I'm just going to take this opportunity to steer exactly a 330. You see the tail is exactly on a 150. Let's just level that out and just steer that exact precise course for just a second. Yeah, it looks like this is reading more of a 325, so let's just bump this down about 5 degrees. Yeah, maybe a 326.
743, fully established, pilot 30.
Okay.
Spurring 743, contact Oakland Tower 127.2, bye-bye. 127.2, spurring 743.
Oops, sorry, trying to zoom something else in. Alright, now, one interesting thing to note on VATSIM. It used to be the case that anytime you were at a non-towered airport or a non-staffed airspace, you would be on 122.8. In VATUSA, starting just about a week ago, we've started now a trial where in VATUSA, at a non-towered field or at a non-towered or non-staffed airport, we can use the locally published CTEF, Common Traffic Advisory Frequency. So let's pop over here and just get ready to do that. As it figures, this one is actually 122.8. So nothing new for us today. But that's okay, we've got that tuned into the COM2 here. We'll jump over to that frequency when we are when we're making our visual pattern into, or visual approach rather. Visual pattern would be VFR. We are IFR. We will be given a visual approach to the runway, but that is a visual maneuver. That is an instrument procedure that is done under visual conditions. Hang on 1 second, guys. 1 second. Be right back with you. Sorry, I had to do some adjusting, and the adjusting was going to be unflattering enough that I decided to do that off camera. Oh, alright. Anyway. Back with you guys. So what is the next step here? 22 or 22.4 miles north of Big Sur. Now I think I said when we get to 67, yeah, 67 is when we're going to start. We're going to make this turn and start navigating inbound to the next one up the line, which is Point Reyes. I guess I should tune that in and have that ready to go and stand by 13.7. 7, and we'll just get it down here.
Approach hello, Air Canada 7048, Enzo 3 arrival.
Oh, and we're already receiving that too.
748, add for any clear LS runway 30.
So that's a nice powerful one, and we're going to be at a 144 there. So that'll be a 324. So we're going to be showing that we're left of course, right of course rather. 32. There's 324. Nope, sorry, there's 324. Okay, so yeah, it's showing that we're right of course needing to correct left. Why is it showing that? Well, because remember, these are analog gauges. They don't know anything about our overall plan. All they know is we dialed in a certain radial, and it's trying to tell us where we are in relation to that radial. So if we're somewhere along in here, and it's the nav2 is trying to show us where we are in relation to this, well, of course it thinks we need to correct left in order to get on that. That matches up with our expectation. The difference is we're not close enough to be on this segment of the airway. We're still somewhere down here. So we're not, it's telling us that we need to correct to the left, but we're not following that guidance just yet. We're still following this one up here. This will be a nice cross-reference when this finally does come into the middle. That should coincide with the point that we arrive at this point Eugen. So as we track north and west along this segment between Shui and Eugen, that needle should slowly but surely come back into the center, because we're going to be slowly but surely entering an intercept for that radial. So it's a good cross-reference to have. This is a rare moment in which we're receiving it that far out. How far out are we?
17 miles south of San Jose, is it close VFR?
Yeah, we're 99 miles away from that yet.
Okay, aircraft calling, take call signs.
2034 Yankee, Skyhawk.
Looks like we need to correct a little bit to the right. While we do, I'm going to correct a little to the right just by steering exactly a 340 for just a moment. And while we're steering exactly a 340,
there you are. Squawk 637.
I'm going to compare that to what's up here. It looks like we're actually on about a 3.3. I'm sorry, I'm saying 340. I'm trying to steer a 320. 10 degrees left of 3.3.
Fuji 71, go ahead.
Fuji 71 is at 1.
Let's steer exactly a 320.
Filed. Looking to do some pattern work.
Alright, well, I'm going to be off in the next 4 minutes, so you can go ahead and continue on your IFR flight plan. You're probably going to Unicom in the next 4 minutes.
Copy off for 6 seconds.
Air Canada 748, contact
Okay,
Oakland Tower
I was
127.2.
on 320 and drifting up toward 330. So that looks
224 Yankee radar contact 15 miles south of the San Jose Airport.
looks like it's actually pretty close.
30 left, San Jose altimeter 3013.
Or maybe a 320, 321 there.
13 is descending.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So that's currently calibrated pretty well. Looks like we need to maintain about that correction angle just to stay on the radial, which is fine. 33 miles out, and when we get to 61 miles out, we'll start a descent. When we get to 67 miles out, we'll join this radial in, a slight right turn.
We're going down.
And it sounds like our controller's wrapping up at midnight, so we might be basically on our
Alright, 713, have you declared Martha against Gucci 71, or are you having me give you visual lateral separation?
Stand by.
Yeah, if you don't know what that means, you shouldn't be doing it.
Can you copy my transmission? Enter left base, runway 30 left, San Jose altimeter 3013.
Left base 30 left, 2024 Yankee.
And then our altitude is drifted up
It's going to
just.
be a negative on Martha, but me and Gucci are flight up too.
Okay, well that makes a difference. Can I maintain 15000, please?
I'm maintaining 15000.
Alright, so we're drifting ever so slightly back down to our 8,000 assigned. Engine readings all up here happy. 22, 22, 14. Tracking the radial just fine, 37 miles out. So we got 30 more miles to go until we turn. And then once we turn, it's just basically this 19-mile leg and then 8 miles to the airport. So getting into the final nitty-gritty here, guys.
713, proceed direct, fight it.
113, proceed as follows.
You said? So 17 miles now until we make the turn. You can see this is creeping ever so closely. Again, the closer we get to this point Eugene, if you imagine this line coming off further and further away, well, we're further and further off course, but the closer we get to Eugene, the closer we are to intercepting that radial. Again, these analog gauges don't know anything about your overall plan. All they know is radio station that you're tuned to, radial that you have it set to, and if...
Togo 13, I'm leaving radio service, terminating fuel change for connect.
If applicable, if equipped, you'll get the distance. It looks like we just lost the signal to the station behind us, however. We just lost our signal from Big Sur. If this airway requires us to navigate that out to 67 miles, well, in the real world, that signal would be...
logging off, radio service, terminating fuel change for connect.
All right, great event. Thanks for the service. 514 out to Vic. We'll see. All right, so we lost the signal from the station behind us. What we will do is we will prematurely tune the one ahead of us. However, I'm just going to stay on a straight course until we intercept that. So that would approximate that Victor 27, but we're going to have to fudge it a little bit just because the radio reception range on that nav aid was not simulated out to as far as it should be. But we'll go ahead and see 13.7, we'll swap that in. We know this is the heading that we should be flying. And I go, this one's showing that we're right of course, this one's showing that we're left of course. Well, that's because we have them set to two different radials. The one we should have it set on is a 324. So I'll adjust accordingly, 324. But then we're just going to basically maintain, I think I might have just bumped that, 324. We're just going to maintain that green arrow until we intercept it. So that'll approximate what we were going to do anyway. And when we do approximate, it'll be 62 miles out, so we know that we've got another 20 miles before we do that. And the sun's going to be just barely dipping over the horizon. Beautiful arrival into Half Moon Bay, hopefully. When we turn, we're going to go from 62 miles to 43 miles. At the point that we're 43 miles from the next station up the line, that is where we're going to break off and make our visual approach to Half Moon Bay. It does look like we got a little bit of cloud cover there, but we've got enough of a break in the clouds, enough of a scattered layer, that we should be okay to make a visual approach to Half Moon. Let's see if we can get a VTAR observation there. KHAF. Wind's calm. Okay, that's good. We can kind of do whatever direction we want. 3016 is the altimeter, which is pretty close to what we have it set to now. 8 statute miles visibility, so we got a few clouds at 1400. So a little bit of a haze and a little bit of a low. Low and loosely arranged layers, so we should be okay though. We'll transmit and receive on COM2, which is 22.8, and again, we've started a trial within VAT USA that allows us to use the published CTAF for each individual airport rather than just generically using 122.8. However, today Doesn't matter. We're on 122.8 either way. I think we said we were going to start that descent six miles prior to making the turn. So if we're 62, then we're going to start it at 68. Folks being juvenile on 22.8, so we'll just pretend, we'll just not say we did. Say 68. We're going to start our descent. All right, very good. Coming down to it, guys. We got a 20-mile descent leg to go, and then should be. And I'm debating what's the right pattern to runway 30. Well, that seems like let's just do that then. No, right pattern. So this is a weird one. I would have thought the right pattern to runway 12. Right? Like I would have thought that they would have wanted your patterns to be over the water. For noise abatement issues. But no, they want your patterns over the land. So we're going to land. So I guess we'll come up and we'll make a left downwind to runway 12. And if 22.8 is going to be a mess of children being children, I'll try 22.9. But if that's going to be a mess too, then I'm going to shut it off. Alright, let's start a gentle descent here, guys. Hey, Smitty. Yep, we're in the A2A Comanche. We're just coming into Half Moon Bay outside of San Francisco. We just got dropped over to advisories by Oakland. Not because we were near our destination, but because they were closing up shop for the night. tracking inbound from 67 miles to, I think 47 is what I said. 43. Smitty says it's always fogged in when I try to go there. Well, we're getting a little light haze and low cloud layer ourselves here, Smitty. We'll see how it goes. And just as we got started on our descent, we could hear and see that we're getting bounced around just a little bit. RPMs to 18, manifold to 18. I'm going to put in a little bit of carb heat just as a fail-safe. I don't have any indication that my carb's icing up, but when you reduce power, there's any kind of humidity. Carb heat is one that can get you regardless of what the outside air temp is. Carb heat can kind of get you regardless. Got the follow there from Valorex. Valorex, welcome. Making our descent into Half Moon Bay, just west of San Francisco. A2A Piper Comanche here. Just a touch of carb heat in. We got the RPMs dialed back to 18, manifolds dialed back to 18. Just a nice gentle descent. I think we're dropping about 600, maybe 700 feet per minute. We don't really need to break off of our route until 43 miles away from the next nav 8 up the line. Try this one more time. All right, 5,000, and we got maybe about 3,000 to lose, and to 43 and 15 miles to lose 3,000 feet. Yeah, we're doing really well on our descent profile, actually. And yeah, for those of you really paying attention, the CTAF at Half Moon Bay is 22.8. I'm intentionally transmitting on 22.9 because there's too many kids being stupid. I'm on 22.8 right now. For 15. Yeah, we're still 20 miles out. I'm not going to bother with that just yet. down to about 2,000. We can almost kind of fly this 204 into SFO and approximate an approach to Half Moon Bay that way. Lorix says it's cool to watch you navigate using VORs. Haven't done that since my PPL. Did a DME arc on my instrument. Haven't thought about VORs since now. This is the old school way to do it, you know. It's so much more challenging and rewarding. You know, you could punch a route into a magic box and let it do all the work for you, or you can put on all the legwork yourself, and it really makes you feel like you've accomplished something when you get there. Alright, so 53, so 43, so 10 more miles to the Point Hadley, and then we're 8 miles. So really, when we get to about 45, we can start making our CTAF calls, and again, we'll do that on 22.8 if we can. If the kids are still being juvenile, then we'll just do it on 22.9. Hopefully we'll have enough visibility. And I was tempted to pull a pattern. I think we're just going to do we're going to just do a visual to 3-0. Why not? Just been flying long enough for you. We'll just do a shortest way. We're IFR, so whatever works, right? 3,500 descending. Let's see, let's make sure our manifold pressure is going to creep up on you as you descend. As the air gets more dense, so the pressure increases unless you adjust throttle accordingly. I guess what I'll do, I'm supposed to be monitoring 122.8. I can't really do that because of the constant text chatter going on over there. But what I'll do is I'll just flip over, we'll transmit on 122.8, and then I'll flip over again. Kind of transmitting in the blind, but better than nothing, I guess. The 8, and like I said, we're going to 43. Keep that manifold pressure down. Under 3, we'll go ahead and pull the mix in. We'll keep the carb heat on until we are powering back up, I think. Take it down to 1,500. That should be near the bottom of the cloud bases, I think. I mean, we're going to kind of take a little bit of a liberty here. There's no instrument approaches into Half Moon Bay, so the controller would give us a vector off of the airway here, and that vector would be something along the lines of a 015. So we'll see how that works out for us in terms of being able to spot the airport. Like we're flying about a 320 now, so I'll adjust accordingly. Half Moon Bay traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 8 miles south and west. We're going to enter a left base, runway 30, Half Moon Bay. start bringing the RPMs back up. I've got some lights over there, but I don't... Okay. So that's probably a highway. And the airport, I think, is ahead to my left. So I'm slowly but surely bringing the prop speed up, but I'm bringing the power down. It's counterintuitive, but those two things can happen at the same time.
2456, we get vector for pilot sway left SFO.
Okay, so prop speed up to about 24. We're still pulling the manifold pressure down. We're going to level it at 15. We're going to let the speed bleed off.
Traffic, yeah, I'm going to get a hold for 7, clear runway 28 right.
Okay, the shenanigans seem to have died down, but we'll be ready. And a lot of lights up ahead of me. Sure would be nice if I could tell which one was an airport. Should be somewhere right in here, actually. Right around the point where the terrain comes out at us. Gonna set the arrow and the heading bug to runway 30 just as a visual guidance as to the runway heading. Let's keep 1500 for now. That kind of looks like a green light there, like that might be a rotating beacon. Perhaps, I'm not 100% certain. Okay, there's our runway. Props full. A little bit of power back in.
Traffic Delta 2432, 12 mile final for ILS 2A right.
Flartzow with the follow. Thank you kindly. First knock to flaps coming in. Guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as your guess as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch pavement. No bot command is necessary on this channel for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative, that represents your guess as to the descent rate upon touchdown in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. Closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. The next time that is drawn will be March the 30th. Don't need to be present to win. $25 gift card to Amazon or xplane.org or Sim Market as your prize, or any one of our Slant Alpha merch items. Half Moon Bay traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victors on about a 2 mile left base to final. Runway 30 full stop, Half Moon Bay. Alright, so flaps 2 out, gear out.
San Francisco traffic Delta 2432, 9 mile final for ILS 2A right, full stop, San Francisco.
One more notch of flaps to get out. And we're a little bit high. We can get that speed off, I think. A little bit high, a little bit fast. But we've got time to correct both. Keep the predictions coming, guys. Looks like the turbulence has died down. Not too much of a crosswind, if any. down below 100. We'll go ahead and get that last notch of flaps in. That'll help us that last little bit of speed here. All right, there we go.
San Francisco traffic, United 926 Heavy is taxiing through runway 1 right via Alpha Delta on to runway 10 right, and then on to Alpha, Mike, and Alpha 1, San Francisco.
That's kind of a lot of information for taxiing. On the ground, you can treat it like automotive traffic. You don't need to announce everything you're doing to every car around you. You can kind of just see, and you can hit the brakes if you're about to hit somebody. The announcements are really for coordinating with traffic in the air that can't stop. Sloppy flare. Bounced a little bit. Not too bad for a long night's work, though. I never did get the fuel pump on because I didn't actually get a landing clearance. So fuel pump should have been on for that arrival, but forgot. Anyway, we're clear, so we'll clean up strobe, landing taxi, pitot, fuel pump, flap stowed. I guess we'll keep one light on. Yeah, so the flare was, again, over-controlled the flare badly. Other than that, mostly happy with it. All right. Taxi light off, parking brake on. Got the 1,000 spinning. Let's pull the mix out right to the point where it starts to drop, right about there. Okie doke, guys. Let's get the plane shut down real quick, and then we'll talk about my predictions, and then we'll talk about your predictions. We got that follow a few moments ago from Flartzau. I'm assuming I'm butchering the heck out of that username, and I apologize for that. I'm notoriously bad with place names and Twitch usernames. I apologize. 22 Whiskey, I think I can figure that one out. 22 Whiskey hitting the follow there just moments ago. Thanks, guys. Again, mostly a general aviation flying stream, mostly that analog old school style of radio-based navigation. Not too much going on here with a GPS or an inertial nav system or flight management computer. Mostly doing that analog old school style of IFR navigation like we did for you just now.
Traffic around 24, 56, 10 mile final.
Anyway, let's get the plane shut down real quick, and then we'll talk about my predictions. And no, I'll tell you what. Let's
So the guy landing on Turkey left, just so you know, the runway's closed and people are using it as a taxiway.
And roger that. Possible side step 28 right, sending traffic.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine
yeah,
here.
Exactly.
No, thank you.
Okay.
How are you?
So I had intended to be on the ground at 35 after on the blocks at 40 after. Looks like we got in about 11 minutes early, so good on us. And we expect 12 and a half to be left in the center tanks. Let's see what the gauges say. Again, almost 15, so we're way more fuel efficient than I've been planning on. So not sure what to account for. And that, I mean, we've been leaning specifically to 14 gallons an hour. So I don't know how we're off on our fuel predictions when we're leaning to a specific fuel flow. But anyway, it is what it is. We're happy to have a little extra fuel left in the tanks rather than end up short. So that'll work. And then let's figure out who our latest entrant into our landing rate raffle is. A little firmer on this one than the first one. Then again, we did bounce it once just because I was a little over-controlling on the flare. 108 was what registered.
12.4, 3 miles final, 28 right.
So who did we have that was close to the 108? Anybody in that range? So 66, 43, 75, 115 is 7 away. Ooh, wow, we had a real close one there. 115 is 7 away. 100 is 8 away. So Valorex, welcome to the stream, and you got edged out by 1 point there. Sorry about that, but hopefully you'll stop back and see us anyway. But the way this works, guys, is Ted IM is going to be our next entrant into our monthly raffle for our landing rate, and I'll show you here in just a moment what is up for grabs. You don't need to be here to win. We're going to pull a couple names out of the fishbowl on March the 30th. And each of the winners gets their choice of any item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list, which is any of our branded merch items, a t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag, or if you want a $25 gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com, you can choose one of those as well. Keep these three in mind, by the way, because they're going to come into play on our 2 other giveaways that we have going on as well. Let me get the plane shut down, and we'll talk about that, guys, and then we'll talk about what's coming up next on the stream, which I guess I should review.
San Francisco traffic, United 926 Heavy is lining up runway 1 right. We'll wait for the landing traffic.
The BAE, what are we doing on Monday? Yeah, midway Monday in the BAE. Okay, very cool. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Let me go ahead and run through the shutdown checklist here. Parking brake is set. Fuel and ETA were checked. Let's go ahead and get the comm. And that's, I'll tell you what, do we have a, I'm not even sure where the panel light brightness control would be in this aircraft. I think that's carb heat there. Yeah, this is all engine controls and heat vents and stuff like that. Where's the panel light, guys? Anybody know? Oh, that's the nav light dimmer. Where's the panels? No, autopilot disconnects.
12.456, clear up to 8, right there.
If I can figure it out, we'll figure it out. If I can't figure it out, we'll cheat and we'll back up the time a little bit. Yeah, I think that's all heating controls over there. Isn't there something on the ceiling? Yeah, there we go. Hey, that'll work. Alright, cool deal. Let me run through the shutdown checklist now that I can see what the heck I'm doing. Parking brake was set, fuel and ETA was checked, comm and nav radios can be turned off. So that would be that one there, and that one there. Transponder can be turned off as well. We're going to set that back to 1200. And then the ADF radio can be turned off. And then we got some additional avionics on the switch there. Turn that off. Let's do a real quick live mag check. We're going to run the engine up just a touch. We're going to blip the mags down to make sure that they do indeed kill power to the engine. Okay. Yeah, that's a yes. You don't want to do that too much. But yeah, you want to just blip it down and make sure that it does indeed start to lose power when you do that. But now that we've tested that, we can go ahead and pull the throttle all the way out and the mix all the way out. And prop lever can come down now as well. Mags can now come off the rest of the way. Nav and beacon and battery lights. And since we got our flashlight, we can go ahead and just close up our fuel selectors and affix our high-tech control lock. Let's go ahead and open up. Let's do a post-flight walk around. Let's put all the static elements back here. We don't need to do the full control inspection. However, we do want to reattach the tie downs, and we get to the wheel chocks, and what else, guys? Wheel chocks on the left hand side, and then we got the tie down and the pitot cover. And then on the back, whoops, back up. We got one more tie down to put up. And then we want to go ahead and grab our baggage out. Close that up. And there we go. Of course, at that point, we would exit the aircraft and close this from the outside. But there we are. All right, our beautiful arrival at beautiful Half Moon Bay, right at sunset. Kind of hard to get a closing shot established when you can't see crap. Well, so maybe we can do one with the taxi lights in the background. There we go. All right, very good, guys. Well, thanks very much for riding along with us this evening. It's the A2A Comanche, A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. Very, very fun aircraft here in Flight Sim 2020. Very thoroughly modeled, as you just saw in that post-flight walk around. Got another last minute follow there from Masslocks. Masslocks, appreciate you stopping in. Hope that you'll stop back and see us. As we said before, it's 99 times out of 100 general aviation flying stream. I wouldn't say 99, because we do fly a couple of airliners, but one of them is a slant whiskey style aircraft, meaning that we fly that one with that old school analog style of navigation too. That's what we're going to be doing for you on Monday, in fact. Again, the typical stream schedule is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Actually, just now we'll be switching from Eastern Standard to Eastern Daylight. So our normal stream schedule, Midnight Zulu, is going to 2300 Zulu, but it's 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We do occasionally have to switch things up for personal or work obligations, or we'll switch things around just to get a certain event into the schedule if we can. But you can check out that show schedule underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server if you want to see what nights we're going to be on, but also what we're going to specifically be doing for you. We do occasionally fly a bizjet or a conventionally navigated airliner. Very, very rarely do we fly a modern airliner with modern avionics. And then we also do some VATSIM air traffic control on the channel as well. Again, in addition to the show schedule telling you what nights we're going to be on and off, but we'll also give you an idea what we're going to be up to on any given evening. Monday night's stream is going to be the BAE 146 from Just Flight. Again, it's a regional jet. It's a four tiny engine regional jet made by British Aerospace. And it's one of those that we do that old school conventional navigation in, just like we did tonight, except it's going to be at a little bit of higher altitude and a much higher speed. Again, that BAE 146 from Just Flight. Midway Monday is being hosted by the Chicago ARTCC on VATSIM. And so we'll do a two-hopper. We'll do it into Midway and then back out of Midway. I have not yet chosen the origin and destination for that, but stay tuned to our Discord server, and we will let you know. That'll kind of be a game time decision, but we'll let you know a little bit in advance so you'll be able to load it and fly along if you would like to. Again, that'll be Monday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. We talked about the landing rate raffle, guys. We'll pull the next one of those on Monday, March the 30th. Congrats to our latest two entrants into that. That's Bed Dave and Todd I Am. You don't need to be here to win that night, but if you do, it's all the more fun. But we'll contact you via Twitch Whispers or Discord if you happen to win and aren't with us on Monday. I'm sorry, on not Monday, March the 30th. I forget what day of the week March the 30th is. Whatever day of the week that is, please join us. I think it's Friday, actually. But the two other giveaways that are going on the channel in the month of March, you really would like to be a part of, because there's a lot of money I'm giving away. All of a sudden, I'm giving away money like I've got a ton of it. Well, the first one is our Men's Basketball National Championship Tournament Challenge. Want to get in on that? Then you need to jump in on our Discord server. The link's on the lower right-hand side of your screen, or at least it will be in a moment. There it is. And you can jump in on that, and then you'll also want to get on the ESPN.com's Tournament Challenge website. You'll put a bracket into our group, and the group name is under our Discord server, so you'll be able to see that information there. If you get an entry in between Selection Sunday and the time the official first-round game tips off on Thursday, you'll be eligible, free to enter by the way, you'll be eligible for a top prize of up to $100. The way it's going to work is the top scoring bracket from each of 3 different participants. The top 3 scoring brackets, your top scoring bracket will count. Each of the top 3 scoring brackets that counts will be stacked up against my top scoring bracket. The top 3 of yours will be eligible for prizes in the amount of $50, $25, and $15. And again, we're always talking in terms of electronic gift cards to your choice of Amazon or Xplane or SIM Market, Xplane.org or SIM Market. But if your top 3 placing bracket also happens to beat my best bracket, prize doubles. So the top prize could be 100, middle prize could be 50, third prize could be 30 if all 3 happen to beat my best bracket as well. So should be just for fun. If you've never done a men's basketball tournament, if you don't know that much about college basketball, there's some tips over on our Discord for you. You got nothing to lose. It's free to enter, and just follow some of the advice over there, and you should be able to put in a reasonably decent entry, even if you don't know anything about any of the teams this year. So hope that you'll jump in on that. It was a lot of fun last year. We did it for the first time, and man, it's so much fun to to attach drama to these games that you otherwise really would not care about at all, but all of a sudden you're like, I need this team to win. I've never heard of them, but they have to win today. It just gives you another reason to have a stake in the outcome. So tons of fun. Hopefully you'll get in on that. The final giveaway that we're doing on in the month of March is our 4,000 follower celebration. We've just recently crested 4,000 followers on this live stream, and we're going to celebrate that by giving away $400 total in gift card money. That's going to be on Friday, March the 22nd. So while the tournament just gets underway, you'll have gotten your entries in on Thursday the 21st. Well, Friday the 22nd, join us for that evening's stream, and you'll be up for another $100 or $90 or $80 or $70 or $60 prize. The reason I chose those amounts is it adds up to $400 in celebration of our 4,000 followers. So we'll do 2 landings that night. You'll need to be here for both landings. Whoever is the most accurate predictor collectively across the 2 landings. So we give you 500 points for a perfect guess, 500 minus the difference for anything less than a perfect guess. And whoever has closest to 1,000 points at the end of the evening, the top 5 will get prizes. Again, 100 or 90 or 80 or 70 or 60, depending on where you fall in that ranking. Red Warhawk says it's great. It just picked up Aerosoft Toolbar Pushback Pro. Yeah, congrats. Red Warhawk was one of our February landing rate winners. We do give away a ton of stuff on this channel. We always appreciate all of your support in terms of the subscriptions and the gift subs and the cheer bits and the donations. Guys, this is not something that I do for a living. I'm blessed to say that I get paid pretty well for what I do. This is just a hobby for me, but the live stream is so much fun, and I appreciate you guys continuing to show that financial support, and I turn that back around to you and give as much of it back to you as I can. We also see the Flight Sim Expo advertisement flashed across the bottom of the screen. The one thing you can do to support me, guys, is Flight Sim Expo. Flight Sim Association has released a survey about the various seminars and presentations that have put in applications to present at Flight Sim Expo. I did a presentation last year on joining online global flight sim networks, and I would like to do that presentation again this year. So if you could please jump on over to Flight Sim Association or flightsimexpo.com. Find that survey. It's called the 2024 Flight Sim Expo Seminar Survey. Please go ahead and jump on that. When you find the one about joining a global flight simulation network, you'll see presented by myself, your Slant Alpha Adventures host. please go ahead and give that one a high mark. I appreciate your support. Pass the word around to our friends as well. Make sure they don't miss that. That survey should run for about another week, and then toward the end of March or beginning of April, they'll be announcing which presentations have been chosen for that event. So please help me out with that as much as I try to help you out with giving your money back to you. Appreciate you just doing that for me in terms of supporting the channel. Great way to support the channel. If you can't support it financially, that's one way. The other way is just to tell all your friends how much fun we have here. Make sure they know to stop by Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is our normal schedule. All right, friends, I think that'll wrap it up. We talked about our Discord. The YouTube's on the lower left-hand side. Some tutorials over there. If you're considering getting on VATSIM, you want to check those out. That's also where all of our old flight broadcasts are archived. But the number one thing over there is our VATSIM tutorials playlist, so please do feel free to check that out. In the meantime, I think we are going to send you out to our friend Studio Canuck. We haven't rated him in quite some time, actually. Studio Canuck. Now, he's an hour and 48 into the stream, and he's taxiing. I don't know if he's taxiing in or if he's taxiing out, but he does list in his stream title that he's going Jackson Hole, Colorado Springs, and Phoenix. I can't imagine that he will have finished that in an hour and 48 minutes. I'm sure he's got at least one, if not both of his legs left to do. So we'll send you over to him, tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love and appreciation, and hope that you guys will enjoy his stream. And yeah, Red Warhawk says, looking forward to meeting you at the expo. Likewise, anybody that's going to be out at Flight Sim Expo, please, whether I give a presentation or not, I will be out there. I will be extremely findable. I will be letting you guys know where I'm going to be. I will mostly be at the VATSIM or the VAT USA booths, or the VATSIM booths, or whatever happens to be up there VATSIM related. But I will let you guys know where I'll be. Don't be shy about running up, tapping me on the shoulder, and saying hi. Absolutely, 100%. That's the best thing about being out there. It's a fantastic trade show in terms of all the stuff that's on display. It's a fantastic conference in terms of all the seminars and presentations, hopefully mine included. But really, the best part is the social aspect. So don't feel like you're going to upset me or annoy me. Just go ahead, come up, find me, yell my name out. It's fine, absolutely. So it's the best part, honestly. All right, guys. Well, tell Studio Canuck that Slant Alpha sends his love. I'm going to send you over to him now. Looks like he's taxiing out rather than in, so should be starting a flight for you here real soon in the PMDG 737-800. So hope that you'll enjoy that, guys. In the meantime, we will see you Monday from somewhere up near Chicago in the cockpit of that BAE 146. Have a great weekend. In the meantime, be healthy and safe in all of your own travels and adventures between now and then. Take care. Good night, guys.